everyone. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Oh boy, we have got something to talk about. Well, some things to talk about. And before I start, guys, everyone is welcome here. You're all welcome. Bro guy, I saw you in the chat. I saw you. You were active in the chat. And you're welcome here, bro guy. Okay, so we've got no tang, Imoprog. We've got Spooky Bed Hair, Caletta Rochelle. This was a hot mess. I think I saw you in the chat as well. We've got Teal. Hello, Teal. Caletta. Spooky, how are you, Spooky? Cultastic. I saw you in the chat as well. So cultastic there. Yes. I'm not sure. I think I may have. I'm not sure. There was a lot going. There really was a lot going on. And let's see. Teal says people misunderstand. You can be a racist Christian or atheist. Anyone can be racist. Anyone can be racist. I've heard people say, "Oh, black people cannot be racist." I'm thinking, where do you get that from? I have heard black people be racist. I have heard black people be racist. I've heard a black person say, I don't want to be, they think, oh, the Asians, they're taking over this country. Oh, the Asians, this. I'm thinking, you don't see it, but you're clearly being racist yourself. Blue, hello, Blue, hello. Everyone is slightly racist. It's how you fight it within yourself and in the society at large, in my opinion. Yes. These are very emotive conversations, and sometimes you have to just face these subjects. Otherwise, we would not be able to understand people's points of views, or points of view. So Pine Creek, I think he's been around for a while. I've not long started watching Pine Creek. Dr. Robert, I really haven't got a lot to say. Don't know these people from anywhere. I watched the conversation, and as I started watching it and just listening, it started getting really uncomfortable. I was thinking, yikes, this is not good. This is not good. I have nothing against both men. It's the ideas. Ideas can be challenged. Ideas can be changed. I'm not here to try and tell anyone what to think, what to do, how to feel. We just talk about ideas. And ideas can change at any time. We get things wrong all the time. But some people don't even know that they hold these views. They haven't got a clue. I'm not here to try and take side. I'm not here to try and we just want to talk. And listen, if anyone wants to join me in the conversation, let us talk. I mean, I've met an atheist who was he was misogynistic. This is a man who has different women. He's got at least 4 baby mamas, and still wants the woman to be, he wants women to be underneath him. He hates feminists. Oh, it's like he sleeps and wakes up thinking about feminists and how he can attack feminists. Any woman who is against feminists is his friend. So listen, you can be atheist and have very weird views. You can be Christian and have very weird views. You can be black and be racist. You can be white and be racist. But we need to challenge ourselves. Sometimes we don't even know when we're doing these things. But if you don't hear people speak, if you don't let these people have a voice, how do we know? How do we know these things? Okay, so how is everyone doing? Cultastic in the chat. Bro guy, hello, bro guy. You're welcome here. Yeah, black people can be as racist as any white supremacist. Anyone can be racist. Uncle Jesus, how is Uncle Jesus doing today? Inquisitor Bacon, how are you doing today? Hope you're well, Inquisitor Bacon. Caitlin Chloe, how are you? Caitlin Chloe. Yep. Who else do we have? Hey, Steve McRae manager. Yes, Steve McRae manager. Hello. I only have no idea. I actually have no idea what is going on with this. Okay. Two people had a conversation. One person before the conversation had some very some views that people did not quite find they were not quite comfortable. They were not, his views were a bit, and some people claim that this Dr. Price might be racist, might be sexist, misogynist, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know a lot, but I do watch Pine Creek from time to time. And yeah, logged in to go and have a look. Oh, Dr. Price. Oh, I always see Dr. Price on Myth Vision. I'm one of the moderators on Myth Vision. So I've seen him on there, heard him speak, but did not know that he held these kind of views. And when I saw Derek of Myth Vision, just saying he wants nothing to do with Dr. Price, I said, this has got to be serious. I've got to go and have a look. What exactly is going on? And, oh, God, it wasn't good. Wasn't good. I really like Dog's interaction with Apologies, but I disagree with him on a lot of political stuff. I don't do politics. You would not, there's no way you can engage me in politics. There's just no way. I might share my opinions, but I don't go hard with politics because politicians and the whole politics game is just very, very dirty. It's a very dirty game. No, too much mudslinging with politics. I don't have the heart, the patience, or the energy to do. I only found out about Pine Creek. Yes, really? You didn't know about Pine Creek? But the opening 10 minutes didn't fill me with any hope. I think I sort of understood, in a way, I sort of understood what Pine Creek was trying to do. Looks like Pine Creek was trying to not go at him too hard so that he can get his voice out. I kind of appreciate that Pine Creek wasn't going, because if Pine Creek had gone in too hard, we probably wouldn't have been able to get the things that came out. But guys, I will put the link in the chat if anyone wants to. This is not going to be just my voice, all of us, because we all could learn a thing or two with this conversation. Danisha, how are you doing today? Bro, guys, it's the same. I have political opinions, but ultimately don't participate because I know I don't know everything. And bro, guy, even if you do know everything, there will always be people who will come against anything you have to say. There will be people that go so hard for the opposing party that whatever you do say, damned if you do and damned if you don't. Politics is a very dangerous game. People get killed for politics in the part of the world where I came from originally, in Africa. People get killed for politics. They don't waste time. If you're in the way, they can just lynch you. It's that easy. No, I don't get involved. Pine Creek is super biased. Surprised he hasn't seen that about himself. Poor guy. You reckon so? Okay, listen, this is all about learning. Pine Creek, it's not long as I started watching him, so I really don't have I couldn't say what's what. Dr. Price, some of his opinions were okay. I will put the link in the chat. If anyone wants to come, please do come and let us. This is it's an open conversation. I think I can have 6 people on here, and this is not just me. Yeah, so if anyone wants to come and chat, please do join. Let's talk. We learn by hearing others. We learn by having conversations and just engaging with people who share opposing views from us. And sometimes we think we know it all. We think we've got all the answers, but we really don't. We really don't. I try to be as neutral as possible, but even then, no matter how hard you try, some people will still find fault in what you have to say or don't say. So, okay, we're going to start this from the time when, hey, Godless Comma, there we go. Godless
Hi,
Comma,
Esther.
hello, hello, how are you?
Hi, Esther. Yeah,
Hello.
I don't know if you saw it, but I.
Hi Esther.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you saw. I uploaded my own thoughts on what I'd
Oh,
seen earlier on my own channel, and I'll have to admit a lot of it was a bit of personal therapy for me because I was a bit angry or over what I listened to. Um, and I just so you know, Esther, I did plug your this stream tonight in my little upload. So
okay, okay,
because I really wanted to get your take. I really wanted to listen to your take on this.
okay.
Um,
Godless Comma, I know you're very opinionated, and there's something that you do that I appreciate. In the atheist community, you're not the one to take sides. If someone
oh
does
no,
something or say something wrong,
Now
you will come
disconnected.
out
Using his MacBook.
on the platform and you will say something and address the topic. And for that, I appreciate that because some people will just overlook things and not bother to say anything. So I do appreciate that. And no, I haven't seen your video yet, but I will. You know, I will get around to
I,
watching it.
thanks, Esther. I did plug your this stream on on my video because I was really I feel a bit as a should we say cis het white male
Mm-hmm.
um sometimes feeling a bit weird about addressing some of this stuff because I'm not in a minority. And
Right.
I've often felt that sometimes the best way I can be an ally is to stand back and let people who are in minorities, whether it be a racial ethnic minority or
Mm.
LGBTQ, have their say. I sometimes felt that's sometimes the best way I can be an ally.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Mm-hmm.
listened to this stream and
Ooh,
I felt the need to say
say
something
something.
about it,
Mm-hmm.
a few things about this, and
I don't know.
um,
Let me just throw this question out. Is the doctor, is he an atheist? Is he, where is he leaning? Is he an atheist? Is he agnostic? Is he, that's something I never really knew before today. So if anyone in the chat, if you can help us, I really don't know. Is he atheist? Is he,
Definitely
and
an
hello,
atheist.
hello Rion, she, her,
Hi
hello
there.
and welcome.
It's nice to
Hello.
finally talk to you, Esther. I've been
Yes,
watching you for
Rion,
a little
hello.
while.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. It's good to have you on here. Thanks
Thank
to
you.
lending your voice to
Thank
this
you. I appreciate
conversation.
it. Yeah, I watched that whole thing go down, and I had never heard of Pine Creek before yesterday.
Really?
So I was like, you know what? Let me just see for myself because I personally really like Price too. At least I, you
Mm.
know. And then once I realized everything that was going down, I was just like, "What the fuck?" That was
Ooh.
it went off the rails like from jump, just from jump it went off.
Okay, so
Oh,
Dr. Price is an atheist, yes?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. As
I
far as I
I
know,
I
he is an atheist. Yeah,
I sort of sense that, but I've just never verified whether truly he is an atheist or not.
yeah,
So
yeah. He is. I mean, he's. I mean, I don't know about how much you know about his background, Esther, but
not a lot, no.
he's probably. I mean, he's a historian. He's probably most famous for his takes on Jesus mythicism. That the whole lot did. Jesus was not a real historical figure, but is a mythical figure. That argument
Mm-hmm.
that's what he's most probably well known for. I won't get into the historical versus Jesus argument here because I don't think this is the place for it. But
Mm-hmm.
that's what he's probably best known for.
Okay. Let's get started, and then we can stop as the conversation between both of them goes on. Is that okay?
Yeah,
So I'm going to
yeah.
start the stream when Dr. Price comes in.
Okay. Oh, Esther, before you do that, can I just say a couple of things about this? Because,
Please do.
um, yeah, I listened to the first sort of 10 minutes or so before he brought Dr. Price in, and I I didn't know about Pine Creek until I'd never heard of Pine Creek until yesterday, and I would just say that a couple of the comments Pine Creek made in this opening 10 minutes did
Mm-hmm.
not fill me with a lot of hope that he would
Me
give
neither.
Dr. Price any pushback
Mm,
on
It honestly, to me, it
on
just sounded like he was going to softball the guy some comments,
yeah,
and that's
yeah,
yeah.
I
I I remember a comment he made about if everyone chooses to deplatform people on his channel, he doesn't
mm,
In fact, he welcomes them.
yeah.
Everyone's happy. Everyone's
I
welcome on
yeah.
his platform.
Well, I have no issue with that in a certain sense that look, if he wants to platform anyone, that's up to him. The couple of things I picked that I were red flags to me personally,
Mm.
that he made a comment about the Will Smith Chris Rock incident at
Did
the
he now?
Oscars.
Yep.
No,
He
I didn't
he
hear that
wanted
Yeah,
to
bit.
talk about that.
and I think he
Ooh.
used the actor John Voight as an example, but the basic
Oh yeah,
gist of it was
I remember the
yeah
John Voight. Yes.
the basic gist of it was if this had been a white actor,
Mm.
they would have been thrown out of the Oscars.
And
So that
Pine Creek agreed.
well, yeah, Pine Creek very much agreed and even put this to Price in the interview.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the other thing that was a bit of a flag to me about this was somebody asked Pine Creek about his definition of what a woman was,
Ooh.
and
Now
I don't
the
that's
fit the
definite
definition, by the way.
the
sorry. Say that
definition
again.
he
I'm not a woman anymore. By Pine Creek's definition, just so everybody's aware,
yeah I'm
he has now been able to make it clear than ever that.
well I won't go through the
Ooh.
whole thing, but you from what I can infer from that, I felt that he certainly does not hold the opinion that trans women are women.
Mm-hmm.
So this
Right.
gave me a
Oh.
couple of red flags at the beginning of this
Mm-hmm.
that perhaps Pine Creek was not going to push back too hard on Dr. Price at all. So that
Mm-mm.
was a bit of a red flag to me in the beginning.
Guys, I'm starting now to realize that there are lots of things we actually take for granted. Something as small as the definition of a woman. I have never really thought, well, what does it really mean to be a woman? Only until recently, when conversations start coming up. There was that person that went on Dr. Phil's show, right? There was the trans woman and this other man. What's his name now? He has strong opinions about the whole trans. I forget his name now. He was on the Dr. Phil show. That's when it dawned on me, really, do I know what a woman, the definition of a woman? All my life I've thought, okay, I'm a woman and he's a man. But what really makes us woman? And me, I'm not afraid to say a trans woman is a woman. I'm not afraid to say that. If a trans woman says I'm a woman, who am I to say you're not a woman? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just
Happy
Yeah.
Trans Day of Visibility too, by the way,
Oh
everybody.
yes, it is trans visibility
Since he
day.
decided to have that interview on the cusp of it was brilliant of him.
Okay, let's get started, right? And then, just brace yourselves, guys. Brace yourselves. Let's remove this here so we can have a good look at this. Okay. If at any time you want me to stop, please tell me. Okay.
Ooh, I thought you wouldn't make it.
Oh, sorry. I didn't expect the link to show up in mail. I was waiting to look at a message.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you made it. Do you remember me?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Of course. Oh, that warms my heart. Yeah, I think you were on about 5 years ago.
That long ago? Wow.
I know. Maybe it's 4. And you were you on with Carrier or Dennis McDonald? I forget. Do you remember?
I don't remember it being anyone else.
It was just you?
Who knows my memory? That's the way I seem to
I think there's a
remember.
little
I could be wrong.
history
No, I
chat
think-
going on here.
I think you're right because I think
Sorry. Sorry. What did you say?
Sorry, Esther. I think the first minute or two is a bit of kind of history chat because
Okay. So do you want me to
but-
maybe go just forward a bit?
yeah,
See
maybe a minute
where
or
the
two because I
conversation
don't
starts.
think this is
Why was
Okay. Let's try this now.
yeah.
was the disciple? Were the disciples the ones who stole the body? Did the Sanhedrin take it? Did Jesus actually rise, etc., etc.? And that I think is it'll be interesting to hear what Bart says because he used to assume that
Conversation between Bart, Ehrman, and
at least until recently he was arguing that oh yeah there must have been an empty tomb and all that. Now I believe he does not, but
Yeah,
it'll be
give it.
interesting to see if either man has moved beyond.
Okay,
Are you-
they're still talking about.
Yeah, I mean, give a bit of context to people who don't know. There was a famous debate between Bart Ehrman and Robert Price a number of years ago on Jesus mythicism. My personal takeaway from that is that I thought Bart Ehrman obliterated him personally. But,
really?
Yeah, that was just my takeaway. Other people might disagree, but
okay, so that's what they're starting with. Okay, right. Let's carry on.
But that's not because of any genetic thing.
okay. Now he is getting into race here.
Or anything like
Is he started the conversation now?
Really
yeah.
Okay, let me just take it back one minute and let's see what happens.
Toward people of a particular racial.
The conversation started. Okay, let's go 1 more minute. 1 minute back and see what happens.
But I don't know how much that, and that's always been the basis for these debates. It'll be interesting to see if either man has moved beyond them.
Are you planning to watch it? Spend the $40 to watch it?
No, I never even watch my own blogs or anybody else's. I just don't, or YouTube. I look at something on Facebook. Oh, here's an interesting YouTube thing. YouTube. Sorry, don't have time.
Yeah. Matt Walsh. Yeah,
I'd be in
Matt
front
Walsh.
of the tube for all day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how much time do you have today with me? Can you go? as long as it
Whatever
takes.
you plan is fine.
Okay, that's great. Do you know why you're here?
Because of the accusations that I'm a
Yeah,
racist and all that.
exactly. So,
Are they also saying I'm a Martian?
no, I have not seen any of those complaints that you're a Martian.
Because they might as well.
Huh?
My guess is I can predict your answers to most of my questions, but I hope to be surprised. I guess we should start with this. How do you you've been accused of being a racist by some? How do you define racism?
Because that matters.
A prejudicial antipathy toward people of a particular racial and or ethnic group just because they belong to it, and you feel there is something wrong with that group, which is utterly stupid. I have no patience for racism.
Can I
I
can I
think
ask a question
I've
here?
written against it.
Okay,
I
I'll
think
stop
it's
it.
ludicrous but
Yeah, I just
dangerous.
want
Right.
I just want to ask a question of uh, obviously both of you guys and maybe the chat is that a definition of racism you're happy with or not? I don't know.
I mean, I thought the definition was pretty good. I just thought it
Yeah,
was
I
interesting he didn't consider that he had broken any of his definition. That
yeah.
was what was
Mm.
confusing to me.
I didn't have a major issue of his definition of racism, but yeah, I'm just interested in what other people think on this.
I just didn't understand why he's asking. I mean, I guess it's good to know what his definition of racism is, but that's not necessarily what the issue is.
Yeah, but
Is
I
he
think
what we are
it's
saying he is the definition of?
mm,
I think
I
some people haven't got a clue that they're being racist. So I think asking that question was sort of maybe trying to find
Yeah,
out
you're right.
what he defines as racism, to see
mm,
where he's coming from, where he's leaning. Well, I don't know. It's just that there's no excuse. There is
yeah,
absolute. There is no excuse. There's no trying to
well,
brush it
I
with
think
a broad
I
brush.
mean
Racism, no way.
yeah, I agree with you. But I mean, I just think it's always obviously key to like get definitions clear at the beginning of something.
Yeah.
And I don't have like, should we say, any massive issues with the way he defines racism. I guess it's more of a question of by his own standards here,
Mm, mm.
is he a racist?
Right.
And that's a good, and I feel this is the question that needs exploring in this.
I think
That's
I
what I
think
didn't
now
understand.
now we'll find out from the next things he's
Yeah.
going to say. We will find out next. Oh, and the real Nordic Black, was that you? Did he have his first interview? Was it with you or? Okay, let's carry on. Let's hear the rest. Okay, take it away, guys.
And so I that's what I think it means.
What would you say is the reason why racism is bad or wrong?
Well, because though people are different, luckily, they're all human beings and deserve the respect regardless. Now, individuals may forfeit that respect, but that's not because of any genetic thing or pigment, God forbid, or anything like that. But I mean, I don't really respect a uh, a career criminal, right?
Right.
But that's somebody once said, it's not bigotry to be to dislike jerks because nobody is born a jerk. They have to work at it, and so that's not prejudice. You're drawing a distinction. Um, because of behavior and choices an individual has made. And that's, to me, that's not prejudice even.
Do you think one could be a good racist?
Oh, how do you
Well,
be a
if
good
they just
racist?
had superficial opinions, like as you may know,
I
I'm a
don't like the
big
way that
fan
question
of H.G.
was, honestly.
Lovecraft.
Neither
I
do
Yeah.
know a
I.
whole lot about him, and he held
Okay, let's pause there.
Softball
A good
question.
racist.
Right.
How does
Yeah.
one be a good
Uh,
racist?
yeah. I now
Can you be a good
gonna give.
anti-Semite? I mean, what
Okay.
is
Yeah.
what the
I'm
frick?
gonna give as much charity as I can here with the way that question was asked. Um,
Okay.
I think it was, a better way of, maybe a better way of phrasing it, which I think is what he's trying to get to with this question is, look, can you be have racist views but still be a good person? Or,
Mhm.
that's,
Yeah.
I think, what he's trying to go with this. And from what I recall, this is kind of the way Price answers this, because I know he gives a big spiel about H.P. Lovecraft in a minute, about how, look, this is a guy who had, like, this great art that had, views that would be considered racist. Yeah, I don't like the way Pine Creek asked that question at all. I thought that was a very poor choice of phrasing, to say the
Hmm.
least.
Mm, mm. Okay, guys, I know that this is a very emotive subject, and I can see that in the chat, Coco, Jasmine, and Caitlin. As much as possible, let's focus on the conversation. I mean,
Yeah,
with these things, there are lots of nuances. There's a lot of things that some of us hear these things for the first time. We're meeting some of these people for the first time. We don't know these
yeah,
people. We just hear their opinions. And, I think all I'm trying to do is by the end of this, go back and challenge yourself. Challenge yourself.
Hmm.
Sometimes you don't know that you actually hold racist views. You don't know that you share some of the Dr. Price's views. There's people who share some of the things that he says, and maybe Pine Creek, and you know but you go back home and really ask yourself the questions. If I am put on a platform like this and asked the same questions, how would I fare? That's all I'm trying to do here. This is not trying to I don't want you guys going at each other in the chat. Please, guys, please, let's just at least listen
well,
to the conversation. And
let's try.
yeah,
Let's try to be civil with the chat here.
that's right. That's right. Okay, let's hear him.
racist opinions that I wish he hadn't had, but I'm part of a Lovecraft hero cult, personality cult. I just do not see that means I should not enjoy fascinating and thought provoking fiction. Heidegger was a member of the Nazi Party, but as far as I can tell, that does not influence his existential ontology and all of that. I find it very helpful. And
Hmm,
I just don't think you can make one thing disqualify an unrelated thing. But with Lovecraft, though, I started with him. This guy from we have numerous memoirs of this man from people that knew him, and they all attest to him and they're not really arguing the racism thing. They're just saying, well, I knew this
So can
guy,
I
this is
just
what he was
point
like,
some?
and
Can I
they
just
go on
say
to
something here,
describe
Esther?
an almost
hmm,
Um, I somewhat agree with Price here, and it's something that I
okay.
said in my own, and it's something that I said in my own video, that how a person can have, like, abhorrent views, but might be right, and they might have
Yeah.
abhorrent views and may be right about something else. Um, now I brought this up with Price's um views on historical Jesus.
Hmm.
Now it's a bit of a point I want to get across, that I feel Price's scholarship on this particular subject should stands on its own merits, regardless of any of what he says in this interview. Basically, you know, what I'm saying is, does his scholarship view his take on Jesus mythicism based upon the evidence he presents rather than what you think of him as a person? And I want to say, just for the record, I am not a Jesus mythicist. I actually am, you know, somewhat, I don't agree with Price on that, but
Mhm.
I'm just going to kind of say that, look, despite what you think of the man personally, take his scholarship on this particular subject on its own merits.
Right, and this is the point where you say things like, okay, he's racist, but he has done some good work.
Yeah,
He's a
I think,
criminal. He's a criminal, but
mm,
he's nice on good days. At
I
what
think,
point do you separate?
yeah, I think it's
Ooh, that's a tough
the best way
subject.
I can put it is I don't know what are the language parameters on your channel here, Esther.
Oh, listen, on here you can listen. It's free reign here.
Okay,
uh,
you could be a fucking asshole and still be right.
Yes.
That's the what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm saying here.
Okay.
Um,
yeah.
and for the record, I don't. I'm not sold on Price's arguments on Jesus mythicism personally, but I think that's another conversation for another time. But
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is the point where some people would say, "Oh, he's racist, and we need to deplatform him. No one needs to listen to him no more." And then Pine Creek says, "Okay, he might be all these things, but he's done some good work, and he's good for the atheist community. Let's hear him out. Everyone just is in very different points in we're all at different levels with these things. And I don't know. I'm not here to say this is right, this is wrong. But I will, if I think something is wrong, I will say this is absolutely wrong. Okay. I don't know. And if I say anything wrong, guys, please, I'm open to correction.
Yeah.
And
Same
you
here.
need to
Same here.
just call me out. And I'm not afraid to say sorry. I'm not afraid to, because we're on here all to learn.
Hmm.
Christ-like, bodhisattva-like concern for others, and a willingness to go the second mile to accept them despite their foibles. Now, unfortunately, he also held, I think, sort of armchair opinions about certain cultures and races, but it seems simply to have been a nutty opinion with him. And so that would be a case of a guy who was good despite this undesirable and irrational opinion he
So
held
he
on
was a
something.
good
I
he
mean,
was
if
a
he
good
were a flat
racist.
earther, that wouldn't bother me a whole
Think
lot. I'd
so.
say, boy,
Mm.
that is surprising. It's
Okay.
too bad, but
So what you're saying is you can be racist and still be great or good person in other areas
Hmm.
of your life.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've known relatives like that they occasionally will make older ones will make a racist remark, and I kind of flinch at them. It's not my place to start a debate with them, but I realize, well, they grew up in a different culture, and I can't really be too surprised they absorbed some of it. I'm just glad when they do transcend it. But yeah, I don't just damn people because of either opinions I don't agree with or prejudices I find repulsive.
Okay. Yesterday, someone on Twitter suggested I go through a whole bunch of stuff, and other people sent me stuff, and it's like I'm like inundated with stuff of things you said in the past, and I want to give you an opportunity to explain what you mean, the context, and so forth. And I don't know exactly where to start, but maybe just in general, why do you think some people accuse you of being a racist?
Well, I think it's a Saul Alinsky move. that he said you need to. I don't know if he put it in these terms, but he basically says you need to co-opt language is to trap and marginalize and dismiss your ideological opponents. And so we now hear people say that, well, for instance, the homophobia charge, that's a great example. Like, I don't have any problem morally with homosexuality. That's not an issue for me. But I do stick up for people who have reasoned arguments against the morality of it, which I have sought to rebut in discussions. Well, they're not
Whoa,
convinced.
whoa, 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 whoa.
I
Do you want me to stop?
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
in there like
if
my
if you could do, yeah, just 2 seconds. Again, I'm trying to be as charitable as I can. If
As
it's the
objective
way
as
he,
possible.
yeah, it's the way he worded that though, as reasons, arguments against the morality of being gay, and I'm kind of like,
Right.
I
Mm-mm.
I don't know a reason, what we call a reasoned argument against the morality of it,
There
because
is none.
there is none.
There is
Gosh.
I mean,
none.
and
Uh,
listen, being gay is a sexual orientation. It's nothing to do with morality.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Um, I mean, there's a famous quote from the if you've seen the movie Train Spotting,
Mm-hmm.
Ewan McGregor movie from the 90s, when he actually sort of, and okay, it's a little outdated now, but there was a little line about like, um, people you're attracted to. Because if you ask me, it's all to do with aesthetics. It's fuck all to do with morality. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, I don't like the way he's worded that at all.
I get that.
yeah, I didn't either.
Okay, let's carry on.
a relative of mine is a retired nurse, and she's a very sharp lady for medical reasons that I'm too stupid to understand. She says she thinks it's wrong and wrong because it's physically destructive ultimately. I don't. I'm not competent to evaluate that, but I can't say she's a homophobe. I happen to know she doesn't hold it against the many gay people she knows, but is her theory of being
He's so
opposed to it,
certain.
is
Mm.
that homophobia? Because phobia implies an unreasoning fear, like Bela Lugosi at Black
The
Cat.
fuck?
When a black cat crosses
Oh
his
well,
path, he freaks
Should
out
stop?
and shoots it because
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh,
A
phobia
sorry,
and
reasonable
cats.
fear.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go first.
Mm.
The way he said like homophobia is a reasonable fear, meaning like a nurse, I guess the nurse and her fear was that it could do some damage. There's a lot of sexual positions that sometimes can do some damage. Doesn't mean we stop it. Like, but that's a moral issue now. I
Okay,
don't understand what the fuck he's trying to say.
okay. I'm gonna come back on it because I think, because sadly I've listened to this shit twice already.
Same.
Yeah,
This is my
I
second. This is my second time.
yeah. I think he's trying to make a point that the word phobia as being an unreasoning fear there, which is kind of, like, with, so he's trying to, use, get on the whole, homophobia or transphobia, Islamophobia, whatever, being, well, is this really an the terminology there? I think it's kind of a semantic thing he's doing here, if I, from what my recollection of this
Semantics.
is.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Um,
Mhm.
Mm.
well, a phobia is an
It's
unreasoned
typical.
fear.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not afraid, so therefore it's not a fear. It's
Or
Mm-mm.
rational.
Mm-mm.
or I'm not unreasonable, even though his position is completely unreasonable at times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Satan's little helper was asking whose bird. It is my bird. It's she's Noisy parrots. A noisy parrot she is. Okay, let's carry on. The good stuff is still
Oh
the
God,
good
this is just the
this
beginning.
is just
This, yeah, I'm not going to say because this,
I
this
will
is like the not so bad part of this
yes.
interview.
It
This
This
is
was
gets
the
the good
worse.
shit.
worst part of it.
Oh, so when he starts talking about race and starts talking about that's a bit
phobe or something. He had this insane fear of cats. Didn't just dislike
cats.
them, but was horrified. That's a phobia.
Oh,
Or
God.
you're afraid of the dark, so you can't go to sleep. That's a phobia. But having a different opinion on whether homosexuality is right or not, that's, I mean, I don't agree with that position, but I understand it is a reasoned position. And so I will
Um,
not call it a phobia because that's a tactic to get you to say, well,
well,
I don't have to listen to them.
well,
I know I'm
sorry,
right.
So what
stop.
would he
I
call
know
it
this.
then?
Sorry, stop this.
It's okay.
Okay, listen, I know this a lot. Yeah, I don't want to keep stopping too often because I know this is a long old video. But the thing is, though, some of the arguments you will hear, but stereotype arguments, whether it be about gay people, trans people, you know, Muslims, where that word phobia or something is like homophobia, Islamophobia, transphobia, you start hearing some of the arguments and the stereotypes. They are absolutely irrational fears.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, and
Right.
they still exist,
Exactly,
which
Andy.
is why
Exactly.
those terms have kind of been used.
Some people
Mm-mm.
do butt
Mm-mm.
stuff. Some people do a lot of
Yeah.
stuff. There's a lot of
Exactly.
stuff.
Look, I grew
Exactly.
up.
I think
Listen, I don't know your guys' ages, but I grew up in the 1980s or whatever, and it was the whole
I'm I'm over
like
I'm
the
over
age.
40. I'm over
Yeah.
40.
Oh,
I'm not
you as
young.
well. Oh, you as well, Esther. Okay, you're in my age group then. But
Me too.
you grew. Okay, so you grew up in my age group. Um, I could grow up in the 80s when it the AIDS virus first became a thing,
Oh yes.
and it you know AIDS quote unquote was a gay disease.
Yeah.
You catch AIDS off
Hmm.
of gay people. That
Hmm.
was a that was an irrational argument that was seriously being discussed at the time. That's why. So
And it hurt
why
people.
that's
That's
yeah,
Yeah.
that was an
perpetuated
but that was an
more
irrational
harm.
fit. This is probably why the words phobia and maybe might possibly I don't know, but may possibly have been added to some of these things.
Hmm. Okay.
Mm.
Let's carry on.
And that's what's happened with racism. We now
Oh.
hear, well, this goes way back at least to Daniel Moynihan and a big thing he did on crime in the black community and so forth, where he said it really seems there's a big correlation between lacking a father in the home and kids growing up without a moral compass. And that's why you've got these murder rates and gang violence. People said,
Mm.
oh, you're a racist.
Mm.
Why? For what? What did he do?
Yeah, in fact,
Mm.
can I call you Bob? Is that all right, or do you
No,
want?
please do.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Bob, even just like within an hour ago, someone made the exact same comment to me on Twitter about this. That you, I wish maybe I have it here, but that you made some comment about um, fatherless black homes or
Mm-hmm.
something like that,
Hmm.
and
That's a fact.
uh,
There's no debating that. There are a lot
Ah!
of people that just don't
Right. Let's
understand.
let's
You
let's him just
can't point out
let's
a
hear the rest.
problem
Let's hear the rest.
and as a first step to trying to clarify and solve it. If you say there's a problem, you're a bigot. If that you see what I mean? That
yeah.
they have stretched out racism and bigotry to the point where it is meaningless, but that's what they want to do.
But I think
That
his
they
point
don't
was, though that fatherless homes might be a problem or is a problem, but you didn't mention that this occurs in other races as well. You just mentioned the black race.
Yes,
Well,
you do.
take a look at the statistics. Now, why
Well,
is
that's
this
the
the case?
first bit of
It's
pushback
not
I think I
because
heard
there's
in this
any
video.
genetic inferiority.
Hmm. Oh, you had the pushback, yeah?
Well, that's the closest we've got to a bit of
That's the
pushback.
only. That's really the
That,
only.
and
Yeah,
I'm going to say
yeah.
that
And the
I
Trump
wouldn't even
insurrection.
call that pushback. That is the
Hmm.
closest we've got, which is a bit of my issue with Pine Creek throughout this.
Do you
That
do you
I
think
feel he gave Price an easy ride for this.
Pine Creek is being clever here? Pine Creek is not giving too much pushback because Pine Creek wants him to get his views out. We want to hear everything.
Yeah, but
If
you can
Pine
get
Creek
your
had
in an
started,
interview. You can get you can get
Uh,
what you think that you think that if Pine Creek kind of pushed back, that you think that Bob would like not give his views.
yeah,
I feel like Bob's kind of out there, and he'll just. I mean, maybe I don't know the guy well enough, but I feel like he would just kind of push right back because he's just that kind of dude. I don't really feel like. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't want to be. I hate to be vulgar here, but I honestly want to know if Pine Creek's is battle swallowed last night. Honestly,
Fucking hell. I don't know.
that's what I think is his pushback on
Ooh,
Price.
gosh.
I'm sorry.
You know,
No.
when I put this live stream on, I was trying to be quite diplomatic. I said in the description that I heard some things in this conversation that made me very uncomfortable. And then someone came at the start before I came on live. I'm hoping that they would come and just say what they have to say. And they said, "Oh, things that made you uncomfortable." Put it in inverted commas and said, "Grow up." So grow up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's it's coming. It's coming. This idea of single mothers and raising murderers and criminals.
Yeah.
The blacks. I mean, it seems to me, I don't know enough about genetics, but if you had a genetic difference, as such as the Ku Klux Klan people and so on say, you couldn't even have intermarriage between the races. I mean, you'd be a different species. And it just seems to me that is absurd, and nobody's except the Ku Klux Klan caveman says so. But the thing is, why does this problem exist? Well, because certain leftist politicians, especially with LBJ, said that we need to get these people, and the LBJ used the N word about it. We need to get them in our pocket, and with the war on poverty thing, we'll do that at least for the next half century. And so they're being manipulated by people who want to keep them down and have managed to do it by flooding them with welfare money and so on. It's
God, help
not
me.
their fault. That's an absurd
I'm
notion.
spiraling.
But
Right.
the
Okay.
thing is, they find themselves in this situation, and it's inculcated and reinforced by charlatans like Al Sharpton, a known liar, tax cheat, etc., etc.,
Oh gosh.
just so he can continue to virtue signal his way into wealth. And it's very obvious,
I was going to say
especially
I
because there's a
don't know enough
growing
about
number of
American
black
history
thinkers and writers that point it
in
out.
that area, but sorry, I was going to say
Ooh.
I'm not going to. I don't know enough about American history in that era of Lyndon Johnson's the whole, war on poverty, Great Society thing. But yeah, I think there may very well have been a bit of a there may have been a bit of a hypocritical edge to some of it, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I think he's trying to make this out as if this was some sort of he's come back. He comes back to several times in this whole stream of that there was some deliberate attempt by the Democratic
Mm.
Party to kind of
Right.
sort of
I know what
subjugate
you're saying.
the black people in America by being
And they've
nicer to
fallen
them.
for
And,
it.
yeah,
Yes.
that and
Is exactly what he's saying.
and he comes back to this numerous times throughout this interview. And yeah, and now, could I believe like someone like LBJ used the N word? Absolutely, yeah. I
Hell
mean,
yeah, he did.
I can totally believe that. I mean, Johnson wasn't a Lyndon Johnson's a complicated figure. I mean, there's obviously some certain things that he implemented that were very progressive, but obviously there's a lot of bad stuff with LBJ as well. But it's a long it's history that we don't have time to get into on this,
My
honestly.
issue is
Mm.
he's mentioning things like check the statistics. Like, dude, the reason if the statistics were right, number one, they're construed. We know that numbers can be messed with, but number one, he's not mentioning the policies that these politicians put in place to send people directly to jail, like Reagan with the war on drugs and Nixon with his policies that put people directly into jail.
Yeah.
Jim Crow, prison, school to prison pipeline. Like, this is all the shit. Like, if there's fatherless homes, it's because of our government. This is a direct attack from our government on the people. Specifically oppressed people. Like, he's not getting why the statistics could be the way they are.
This is.
Can we just just welcome Denisha. Hello, Denisha.
I'm sorry. Hi, Denisha.
It's
I'm
okay.
so sorry.
Hi. I don't know if you guys
Hello,
can hear me well.
Denisha.
Hello.
We can hear
Ready
you.
to chime in though.
Yeah. And I think, and can I just point out what we've just been saying here, about the history night? So can I actually point out one thing that I don't know anyone else's qualifications in the room, but I'm going to assume here.
Godless Comma.
Yo.
Hang on. I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's a comment in the chat, and just before you carry on, Inquisitor Bacon, his channel is the Godless Scummer. Is it the Godless Scummer or just Godless Scummer?
Godless Scummer, yeah, just
Godless Scummer. Can we please put his link in the chat so we can sub to him? Because
sorry, I'm on my phone, so I can't put it in the chat.
Godless Scummer is very opinionated. He says it as it is, and he doesn't care who you are. He will tell you what needs to be said.
I will.
Oh, I see someone. I see someone in my chat. That makes me so delighted. Oh,
I know.
Look who it is.
Thank you, Dr. Josh or Megan. Yes. I don't know who it is.
Josh. Oh my word! Sorry, I'm going to swoon over Dr. Josh. The man who does the best Kent Hovind impression in the world.
That cracked me up.
Can I just point out that prices? This is where I was going to go before. I'm assuming all of us on the panel here, we just talked about history. Can I just point out, Price is the person who's supposed to be the historian here.
Right. How does he not know that this is what has led to where we are? Like, how does he not? There's such a disconnect. Like, he seems so smart, but yet has not actually put the wheels in motion. How does he not know about Jim Crow? He doesn't know about Jim. Like, I don't get it.
You know why I appreciate this. I
think he's more or less ignoring it.
I don't think so. I appreciate this because there's many like himself. There's many Dr. Prices out there, but they're just silent about it. It's hidden until they're faced with circumstances that brings all of this out. And so someone who shares the same opinions as himself probably would watch this and see the outrage and and think, oh goodness, I better check myself before the world does.
Myself.
Exactly. So I really appreciate this. Denisha, you were going to say something.
Yeah, because it seemed like he's more or less ignoring it just for the sake of his argument. And if you know anything about people when they argue on about politics and stuff, they seem to they seem to ignore inconvenient facts for the sake of their argument, and I think that's
You're right.
kind of now. I could be wrong, but I think that's kind of what he's doing here.
Mm, mm. Okay, let's carry on because let me tell you, the best part is yet to come.
Oh,
This was painful.
Too.
I'm
And
gonna
it's
have to get
Man.
alcohol
not
in a
just
minute,
a
by the
white
way.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
opinion, and it's only a black problem because they have been victimized by the people that are trying to manipulate.
Yeah. Let me. I don't know if you can see this,
Oh,
but you'll probably
gosh.
remember it.
I'm going to show him
Uh,
something now.
I think it's regarding Trayvon
Oh,
Martin.
gosh.
Mm-hmm.
You probably can't see this, but do you recognize?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
Okay. So you wrote. So the
Gosh.
title here is Michael Brown's parents go to an odd place to speak out against the Ferguson police, and then you wrote. What she should be mourning about is that her son was a worthless thug, another Trayvon martyr. So, what did
Oh,
you mean by that statement?
Boy.
gosh.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Exactly what I
gosh.
said. This guy
Oh,
was no
No,
damn
no,
good.
no,
wait,
He
hang
no.
on,
tried to
hang on,
wrestle
guys,
away the
hang on, hang on. You need to hear what he has to say. He's not denying it.
Yeah.
He's giving his reasons why he said what he. Oh shoot, my
Yeah.
goodness.
There's something
Hang
in a
on,
few
hang on.
minutes. So yeah.
Okay, let's just hear. Right.
Michael Brown's parents go to an odd place to speak out against the Ferguson police, and then you wrote. What she should be mourning about is that her son was a worthless thug, another Trayvon martyr. So, what did you mean by that statement?
Well, exactly what I said. This guy was no damn good. He tried to wrestle away the policeman's gun and shoot him with it. There was no hands up, don't shoot thing. That was shown later to be a liar, to be a lie. And this whole thing was based on this thug who was robbing the store, shoplifting, and then refused to cooperate with the police, and then tried to shoot the policeman. He's just a worthless thug. He happened to be black, but that's not really the relevant thing. Do I say anything about him being black? Now, some people say, but the word thug,
Yeah.
that's inherently racist.
Okay,
No, it's
I'll
not.
pause it
You
here.
know what?
Okay,
Right.
guys. That was
Way to
painful.
dehumanize somebody. My goodness.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
He
his
didn't
life
even
is
comment on
worthless.
Trayvon. He didn't even comment on Trayvon.
Exactly.
He only commented on Michael Brown, but didn't
Yeah.
mention it didn't mention the child that got murdered
No.
that he just made fun of. He
Gosh.
doubled down on his comment on
Yeah.
Brown.
Gosh.
Yeah. I'll let you guys speak because it's
I'm
what
sorry.
he's about to say next that I wanted to make a
Okay.
comment on.
When he was saying this, I was looking in the chat, in Pine Creek's chat. People were trying to point out the hypocrisy and trying to point out, no, this is nothing to do with this is Brown we're talking about and not Trayvon Martin. But okay.
What a thug is? It's from the thuggy sect of people in 19th century India who would waylay travelers. Hey, can you help jump my car here, my camel, whatever? And then once you got down and helped them, they would garrote you with a scarf and bring the money to the Mother Kali fundraiser. These were the bad guys in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. They actually existed. And so we speak of all predator criminals as thugs. But that has to do not with their race. It's like when Denny's used to be Sambos. People say, racist. Wait, little black Sambo wasn't an African. He was a South Indian. And not that I mean, I have no interest in that or
Okay,
sympathy
stop this here.
for it,
This is the
but
point.
it's
This is
based
what I
on somebody's ignorance.
stopped it. This is the point when he said this. Okay. Now, what he said about the okay in India, yeah, that's true. By and large, what he said there is true. That I don't know in other cultures whether the word "fuck" has a racial connotation. I don't know. Certainly
It
in
certainly
you,
does here.
yeah, in the UK it probably doesn't. It's just, but the other word he just used, the one beginning with S, which I'm not going to repeat.
Thank you.
Um, that is in the UK at least. Now I can't speak for the rest of the world. But I do know in the UK that was a slur used at black people in the UK for decades.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, yes.
It
Mhm.
absolutely is a
And
slur.
and here's the thing.
It's
Now,
not a big deal.
yeah, and I think the point being here is now, yes, those words may not have started out as slurs initially in their etymology or so over, but there's a context of how they've been used over the years that I don't think he's understanding here.
Do you think he's not understanding or he doesn't know? Because language changes over time,
Yes,
right? So maybe this is a case of his age. He just doesn't understand. What do you think? What
He
do
has a
you
lot
think?
of bias, a lot of conscious bias
He
that he's
does,
not.
but
I don't
I
think
don't
that's completely
know.
his age.
you don't think so, no?
I don't think it's completely
It
his
might
age.
just
I
be
don't
how he
think so.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And hello, we've got Paul and Tori Bolton here. Oh, yikes! This is
Yeah, yikes indeed.
hello, guys. Yikes! Oh. And you think we've only just started. It gets worse. Ugh.
Oh no.
It gets worse. Yes.
Or
Really?
lying. The word has become stretched out of all recognition and on purpose to give you the license to shut people up. My point is, look at what's happened here. It doesn't matter what
right.
that
Hold on,
kid
hold on.
did. It's the
Another
fact
quick
that
point here.
The word has been
Sorry.
stretched. Mm-mm.
Okay, maybe it has been or whatever. Here's the thing: the way I feel Price is framing this is, oh, these words have been stretched and put into a by, oh, it's like the left who want to shut down dialogue. No, that word I just mentioned, the one that began with S, which I'm not going to repeat. That was like I said, that's a racial slur that was been certainly in the UK was being used for decades, and it wasn't used by the politically correct left. Make this very clear. This was a word used by racists to slur black people.
Oh no,
And,
Soren, Soren, no,
and I,
we're not got there yet. Soren, sorry, Godless Goma.
sorry, sorry, Esther. I was on a bit of a rant about this.
I know. I don't know if Tori and Paul have anything to add at this point.
Not really.
Not yet. Okay, which is fine. Sorry, I can't hear you. Who was speaking? Can't hear you. Danisha, I have to mute your mic.
Oh.
I don't know if Danisha's in
I'm
the
so
kitchen.
sorry.
Danisha's cooking.
It's doing work. It's work being done in my house, so it's a little loud.
Right. Okay. I think what I will do, I will speed this up just by 1.25, just so we can.
I think that's good.
Yeah, because. Yeah. Right. Let's carry on and see what happens next.
He is black shows it's an injustice, and the overriding assumption is if you're an African American, you can, by definition, you can do no wrong. And therefore, the next step is anything you do cannot be considered wrong. It's the same weird logic we find in radical holiness movements in Christianity, where they say, I've been sanctified by the Holy Ghost, I'm free from sin, and therefore anything I do now does not count as a sin. I've known people from groups like that. That's what's happened here.
Do you think that my guess is it's just a very small percentage that would disagree with what you just said. I think it's very reasonable what you said, that we don't respect thugs. right? And that if you're a mother and your son has a rap sheet really long of all the things you've done illegally, you should mourn that and say it's terrible. But my question would be, why do you think that some people do view this as racist? Is this back to what you said earlier, that it's a way to the tribalism and way to dismiss? I call it the feel sorry forness religion. That there's certain people who have a propensity to feel sorry for other groups, people more than others.
The bleeding heart liberal.
Yeah, and this is like, I come from the perspective that I think there's a reason why people vote, let's say, Republican or Democrat. All around the world, there's these divisions, and there's a reason for it, and that is because some people, their intuitions or how they were raised or whatever, it's the soft love versus the hard love. And so a person who would take what you said there and say, but it's not their fault, it's because of the system they were placed in. Whereas I think guys like you and me would say, well, wait a minute, there's people who maybe have had a raw deal in life, but they don't go out and kill and rob and do all these things.
Right.
And so at
This
some
is
point,
important.
a personal responsibility has to fit in here. So
the deck is stacked, but you're not simply the logical outcome of something. You're not just a function of a machine. And look at the people with the same sort of background who resisted those temptations and went on to do great things. But what happens to them? They get denounced by race hustlers as acting white, which implies that success is impossible, despite the fact that we have had a black president, we're not got a black vice president, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Somehow we're back in the 50s with Bull Connor. And they've created a fantasy world here. And so they try to keep people down on a democratic plantation, as black people like Candace
Owens. Candace Owens.
There we go. Candace Owens.
Do you want me to stop? Do you want me to stop?
Licking your boots.
I have a question.
It's getting really uncomfortable.
Okay. So now when he said that not everybody who, so he's like bringing up the plantation and stuff, right? I feel like that's taking away agency to Black people who consciously do vote that way. They say, okay, I don't trust this particular group, so we're gonna leave them out. So why then? Oh, go ahead.
No, I don't get how he's just saying, like, if you're a Black person who votes Democratic, you're still on the plantation. I mean, am I wrong, or is that just what he said? Am I misconstruing what he said, or is that what he's saying?
No,
like, you're falling for it. Oh my God, I don't.
There's notes in my brain.
Did you guys miss the part where he said something about Bro Guy put it here? Bro Guy said
yeah, what did he say about acting white or something?
Go back. No, it wasn't that one. It was this one. He said you heard it. Bro Guy said you heard it here, that Black people are above the law.
And that's not what anybody is saying. Where
right,
exactly. Why did
nobody's saying it's impossible?
Yeah, I heard people
nobody's saying it's impossible for Black people to succeed. Oh, sorry.
No.
I heard people saying that this is a lot of QAnon rhetoric. I really haven't got much of a clue about QAnon and what they believe, but I've seen a lot of people saying QAnon. This is. I'm thinking, okay, is it possible that he's part of this? Well, listens to what those people have to say. Gosh,
Esther,
I don't know.
Do yourself a favor. Do not look into QAnon.
Right, I was getting ready to say that.
Every time you say that, goddess scammer, that means I'm going to look into it.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear the rest. Right, the important part is still coming.
It seems to me that it's simply a gimmick. People will say, well, Christ, that this is personal, not political. If you think that, you are very naive, because the whole idea, once that thing was put on, that clip of her was put on the internet or the news or whatever, it was weaponized and for the particular purpose of erasing any moral distinctions. Race A does it, it's bad. Race B does it, it's good, or at least not so bad. And that is social, civilizational suicide.
Yeah, I was thinking, this reminds me of what happened just a couple of days ago on Sunday with Will Smith.
Here we go.
And I was thinking to myself, you know who? I think it's John Voight, Angelina Jolie's dad, who's an
Here we
actor and
go.
an outspoken Republican. If he would have walked up and slapped Chris Rock, my suspicion is he would have been escorted out of the building.
Yeah.
But when Will Smith does it, he's not. Now, I don't know, but my suspicion is that race is a factor here, and that it's actually more racist not to escort Will Smith out than to leave him there. Like it's like you're saying it's okay, and and
okay,
and
guys,
some people
do
would
you
say,
think it's more racist? Do you think
it's
it's more racist that
my computer?
I don't call the cops for every like dude, like I'm not so like I fought a couple times in high school. Like the cops aren't always called for every tussle, nor should they be. Let's not call the cops unless like we need to call the cops, like for realsies, because that's just not good. So no, it's not more racist. It's just like it was a dumb thing. Like get the fuck over it.
Was. And no one should excuse that man's behavior.
No, but just
his behavior was appalling. I don't care how much love he has for his wife. If the love you have for someone causes you to be a violent person, then you've got to question that love. Right. What are you trying to prove?
Yeah.
Why would
go into jail?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, exactly.
But why does it always need to I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Why would
it's like
why would you love so hard?
He's just crazy. That was just a stupid decision.
It was. Okay. He got mad, and it was a heat of the moment. People do dumb shit in the heat of the moment. Not saying it's right, but it happened. Like there's been so many other tussles at the freaking Oscars that people, like I've been seeing posting. Clint Eastwood, John Wayne. I mean, Kid Rock. That's just a few that I've seen that have been reposted, and nobody's like calling the cops on them or trying to take away their Oscars. What is it? Robert Polanski, the one that was assaulted a child and still has like all these awards and people like give him standing ovations.
I've done that.
Yeah, exactly.
Andy. White people are always the victims.
Exactly, Andy.
Oh, see, there we go. That's the narrative, right? That's it, right there.
I'll just say, Will Smith, if you are watching this, by any chance, can I just say Pine Creek and Robert Price, you should hear what they said about Jada, because it was really nasty.
Oh, I forget what they said. I must have.
Yeah, it was really nasty. So if you meet them, Will Smith, just saying.
Oh dear.
Sorry,
yeah, but even then, Godless Scummer, even then, whatever was said about her, I think I would have had more respect. I would have had more respect if they had, been the better people and not reacted. Maybe say something afterwards.
Yeah.
I'll just say, because I haven't really waded on that whole situation yet. Personally, I kind of feel maybe it would have been better if maybe a word was had with him, with Rock, quietly backstage afterwards, and sort of said, "Hey, would you mind not saying that?" But
there's a number of things that could have happened.
I think it was a big heat of the moment thing. We're all human. We all make mistakes. We all can lose our control and be irrational at times. And, that's
how many weddings I've gone to? Do you know how many nice, classy events, weddings I've gone to? And there's been like tussles or scuffles. Like, get over it. Like, honestly, in my opinion, let's move on. But that's just.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the reactions though are kind of
exactly what's going on. Will Smith hitting Chris Rock has been brought down to a racial level. That's exactly what this conversation is about now.
Yeah,
and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, and that was really good that Dogs brought that up, actually, because that's the disgusting thing about this. And I mean, first of all, has anyone ever seen John Voight act? He's not getting nominated for any Oscars. But but I just thought but honestly, I just thought that was such a ridiculous thing to say. I don't think it had it been a white actor up there. I don't think the situation would have been any different. I mean, it was a big. Because here's the thing of that ceremony. It wasn't just that Will Smith was there. It was that Will Smith was nominated for one of the biggest awards.
Exactly.
In there, and I think that would have been the same situation had it been a white actor, and it was a bad situation all round. Everyone's got their opinions on it, but why? And it wasn't even. This isn't even Price who brought race into this. This is Pine Creek who did this. Who bought this?
Yeah,
Who
it was.
this
Yeah, it was Pine Creek who. Yeah.
So it's not.
Okay.
Don't let people don't let him off the hook. Him off the hook.
Okay, let's carry on with this. Oof, it gets worse.
Say that you can't even say anything against Will Smith here because you don't know him, and you don't. But would they say the same thing about John Voight?
Yeah.
Who cares?
So-
John Voight. Okay,
There
so
is always more behind what someone does, good or bad, than we know, since we don't have telepathy. But you don't have to know that. That kind of thing. It's utter agnosticism about people's motives and their effects. That is that stymies any kind of like doctrines of absolute predestination. That this is another way of saying, given your genes and your environment, you can't really blame any murderer, thief, riot, or whatever he does. Well, you might be right. It's possible that every act was dictated by their subconscious because of their upbringing and their genetics. There was no way in the cosmic epic that they were going to do anything else. Well, I don't know if that's true, but even if it is, we have to act as if it were not. It's a legal fiction, or everybody's dead pretty soon.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I lean deterministic, but I come from the point of view that we don't know what effect and what all the causes and effects, and we have to act like what we say makes a difference and change the future. I want to bring up another one that a lot of people would view as a racist thing that you said. Here's a thought. If the Supreme Court forces the Washington Redskins to change their name, I propose the Savages.
Yeah, I tell you, what they took from that is funnier than my attempt at a joke. My point is to say
it's a joke.
It's
a joke.
Well, how about this?
That's supposed to be. Was that supposed to be funny?
It's
a joke. Nobody would do that, but Redskins isn't savages. It's just a joke, and some people, especially these
guys, do you think he could have at least just point out that he was joking? How is anyone supposed to know? He just
because it sounded serious.
A few seconds before this, he just said we don't have telepathic minds.
Right.
We don't know what the other person
so
is
how
thinking.
are we supposed to know it's a joke then?
How are we supposed to know that he's joking?
But it wasn't funny. It wasn't
funny.
But
the point behind the joke is that it's supposed to be funny. Even if it's a dark joke, it's supposed to have a punchline.
Right. It's still right. It just wasn't funny.
Can I ask a question here? But did anybody get the joke?
No.
Nope.
No, I didn't.
Nope.
No, it wasn't a good joke, was it?
Right, exactly.
Nope. It was a bad joke.
Maybe in the chat, someone got the joke.
Somebody
in
could
the chat.
explain it.
Maybe. I don't know. Someone might have got. Well, guys, if anyone in the chat got the joke, please let us know. Right, because I didn't get it.
social justice people have no sense of humor and can't recognize a joke when they hear it.
Yeah, well, so what you're saying is you were like Chris Rock.
Learn to tell them first.
Exactly. Have you ever heard what Chris Rock says about N-word people? He says, oh, he believes that there are N-word people, but that's okay. He doesn't like them either, because that refers to a particular kind of slovenly gang drug kind of thing that he despises. He transcends it. Are they going to dare to call him a racist?
No, they're going to bring this one up.
Because that would mean we'd have to admit that a fellow African-American did something wrong. And we know by definition that is impossible.
Well, yeah, they define racism differently.
They?
How to
Who's they?
are, but some people define racism as that it's impossible to be a person of color and be racist.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Yeah, because you can't.
Acts, that leveled against other races, Orientals, when black thugs, which are not synonymous terms.
Okay, let's stop here.
Right.
Can you be black and racist?
No.
I think you can.
I don't know. I think.
Yeah, you can.
You can be prejudiced.
I met plenty of black racists.
You can be bigoted. You can be prejudiced, you can be bigoted, but the system, I shouldn't even talk. But
I've
the
heard.
system is
I've
the
heard.
system is set up, and it's a power system, and
Okay.
I'm in that power
Okay.
system as a white woman.
Okay,
feel
I
it's
had
the
to,
white-
I had to challenge
have
you,
heard-
but
I feel it's the white guy on the panel. I need to shut the fuck up right now.
Yeah, I actually said what I said, and so I feel like I should shut up now. Sorry.
Okay.
and
I've
I have to challenge
I've
you a little bit.
actually heard black people being racist.
Yeah,
heard
I have
this.
too. Yeah, I had.
So
Especially
it
as
is
a Black
possible.
American, I can tell you, there's plenty of racist people amongst us. So,
Yes.
but
I mean,
like,
Hey, I
now
got
I know
I'm
three
talking
words.
about. Now,
yeah.
I get what you're saying is that we don't have the same like system. We don't historically have the same systematic power, but we can absolutely be racist. Nothing is stopping the average person from hating somebody. Oh, say just because they're white, or just because they're Asian, or just because they're, I don't know, Hispanic or something. Nothing is stopping that. So.
Now, I think
then again,
it's
That
important.
isn't. I don't think that is the definition
Okay.
of racism. I think there's a power
Okay,
structure involved.
Let me go
double A,
find
but-
the definition of
Sorry,
racism.
sorry.
Let's see. How
I
about
want
that?
to point something. I want to point something about this because
Racism is a
if we
social
if we
construct.
remember back at the start of this, Price gave his own definition of how he views racism. So maybe in his and this isn't an excuse for Price, but in his own scheme and his way of thinking of this. Yeah. Yes. Because I know the example he's about to give here about Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. Yes, and definitely within his schema of things, that would be construed as racism. Because I know where he's got in his own schema of things. Because this was asked of him how he defined racism at the very beginning of this stream.
Okay, I've got the definition here. Ask Google.
Hey, Afro.
Google. Yes, hello.
Yeah, I got 3 words. Black Hebrew Israelites.
Oh,
Good child. They
Afro
work.
humanist.
Yeah.
that's
you
it.
know.
That's all you have to say. That's all
Okay,
you have
I've
to
got
say.
I've got 3 other words from you.
Tell us.
New Black Panthers.
Oh, I don't know those.
Well, I always differentiate between the original Black Panther Party and the new Black Panthers. Very different.
Okay.
So
Right. Let me give the definition. Prejudice, discrimination, antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Similar, the belief that different races possess distinct characteristics and abilities or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior one to another. So now, after seeing this definition, can Black people be racist? I still say yes.
I'd
Yes.
say
say
because
yes.
there's
Absolutely.
2 different definitions there. I will because as the white guy on the panel here, I'm going to reluctantly say
Oh,
yes.
sorry, you guys didn't see. Oh, shoot, sorry, I apologize. You guys didn't see the. Look at me. I thought I'd showed the definition. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and I know people will define things certain ways. I mean, I know that dictionaries are descriptive, not prescriptive, and we should be aware of that. But I know because I've had enough arguments over the definition of atheism over the past couple of bloody years. So, anyway, that's
Okay, let's go back
for
to
another time.
the video. Right.
Start attacking Orientals or Asians, whatever you want to call them, in the street. That's not racism. I mean, maybe it's just a random target. Who knows? Maybe they're literally colorblind, but I doubt it. Obviously, look at the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad's sect. They say that whites are degenerated proto-humans, that Allah created people black, but the mad scientist Dr. Yaqub had managed to create subhumans, and the lighter the shade, the more primitive they were. And that's not racist. The group you don't like is not even human. I mean, the Nazis said that. There were Nazi theoreticians that said, "You want to know where blacks came from? Adam and Eve mated with apes." You're insane. And that is racist, but that's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said too. He just had a different target.
I don't know the context of this. Someone just sent it to me, or I copied and pasted from somewhere in a quick preparation for today, but maybe you can help me what the context is. Let's fast forward to today when I learned that the anthology had been canceled because several of the contributing authors withdrew their work because they didn't want to be associated with Price's introduction. My uninformed gut reaction was to be angry at the authors. Is this just another example of folks getting angry of off-color humor? Then he goes on to say, let's look at just one page. Commenting on the Me Too movement, Price states, the continuous false rape accusations are seeking to make masculinity, even natural male interest in women, into a rape culture. He moves on to Ponce about pornography. I long have puzzled at the feminist hatred of pornography. It reduces women to sex objects. Absurd. It's simply highlighting an aspect of beautiful women. And then he moves on to the politics of gendered language. Many of the progressives want to replace he, she, his, her, him with gender-neutral language so as to promote the illusion that the gender is a matter of social construction. And this is only one page. At this point, I was wondering, excuse the harsh language.
I hear you, godless scholar.
Sorcery. So tell me what this is about. You you wrote an intro,
guys.
to
Brace yourselves.
Yes, this was my anthology. I edit fiction anthologies, horror, epic fantasy, things like that, and write it also. This was the introduction to a book called Flashing Swords, a continuation of Lynn Carter's 1970s series of sword and sorcery anthologies. And the reason that I went into this was, like, people faulted me for not just having a typical introduction that says, you're going to like these stories because they're good stories. Who needs that? I said, let me tell you why this is more than just escapist literature. By sword and sorcery, I mean like Conan the Barbarian and stuff like that. The reason that is needful today is this movement toward demasculinizing men. And in effect, saying all masculinity is toxic masculinity.
Come on,
enough
son.
feminist theologians and secular feminist theoreticians to know that. And I mentioned several of these books, in fact, in the introduction. And I say that this is a big mistake. You're making kids into sissies. Boys can't bang, play cowboy or Indian anymore because that's too much like actually murdering somebody.
Making boys into sissies. By the way, what is a sissy? I've heard that word thrown around. I'm thinking, what on earth? What is a sissy? What do people call a sissy? I'm curious now. A sissy is it SISI or CICI?
I think it's SISSY.
SI double S.
I got the definition. It says a person regarded.
Hang on. I'm going to put it up here so we can all see it. Let's see. Derogatory. Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Go on, Tony. Sorry.
Sissy, a person regarded as effeminate or cowardly.
Why is effeminate cowardly? Excuse me. Hello? Hi. I'd like to know why effeminate.
And when did feminine become a horrible thing?
What? Thank you. Hello. I just need to know these. Like, what the frick? Thank you. Can someone explain?
Feeble. Okay, adjective. Let me go down further. This is feeble, cowardly, weak, feeble, spineless, a crybaby, weakling.
Okay.
Ugh. Okay, so we're trying to make men into crybabies.
Right. What is he doing? On the internet complaining.
Right, he's a crybaby. Thank you, Denisha.
Come on, wake up, bro.
He's a sissy. That is a sissy.
Wake up.
I see. I mean, here's the thing where he's going with this in a minute, and I'm going to say this is the third time today I've listened to this, and it does not get easier.
No.
My brain is just rotted. Oh man, it gets worse after this.
It does.
Oh, it gets a lot worse. It gets a lot worse. It is way, way worse. But I mean, I think he's getting into a section now on feminism and so on. And I feel like he's. I know I can say I do know a number of like feminist authors and stuff. I don't know any that hold the views that he's saying feminists hold, but I think he's trying to say that there's this movement that there's this movement on the left and feminists that is saying all masculinity is toxic, and that the drive is to make all men more like women, and then you know it's to eliminate masculinity whatsoever. I do not know a thing. Now, okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there are one or two feminist writers that maybe do espouse positions like that, but they are like the extreme examples, not the rule. Maybe they exist. I don't know any that do personally, but give him the benefit of the doubt that he's read some stuff like that where there's people espousing that. He just does this thing where he takes the most extreme example or whatever and makes that the rule throughout this whole section.
Okay, should we carry on?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Kidding. Are you? Don't you realize what kind of world these kids will grow up in? They need the masculine virtues and the feminine virtues.
Is it? I'll stop you here. I just want to say I was raised Mennonite, pacifistic, and even we played cops and robbers as kids and with fake guns and stuff. But anyhow, go on. You were saying that that the reason why you put this in is because you wanted. Yeah, go ahead.
A return to masculine virtue and the inculcation of it, rather than having a drive toward a unisex model in which there is one sex and it's female. That men should all be like women and everything would be fine because all the world's ills come from masculinity, patriarchy, and so on. Well, there's a lot of awful stuff that has been done in the name of that. Luckily, we're beginning to evolve beyond it, but the solution is not to go all the way to the opposite extreme. And so I'm saying a good thing to do with your kids in part of their education is to have them read Robert E. Howard, Conan stories, Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter of Mars, Tarzan, Doc Savage, and so forth. These show noble, resourceful, strong men who have regard for strong women. They're brawny, but emphasize brain over brawn. I mean, they're very good things for kids to read, so boys don't grow up just to be limp-wristed sissies. And that again has nothing to do with sexual orientation, right? Let's not paint everybody with the same brush on that. It has nothing to do with gay straight issues. It just has to do with masculinity and femininity, each of which is great. And I hate to see either one of them subsumed in the other.
Yeah, like these feminists that you've read, do they say that all masculinity is bad?
Yeah, I've read, not every one, of course, but I've read various ones.
Why am I getting
Firestone, The Dialectic of Sex?
Why am I getting visions of Jeffrey Lee Peterson saying beta in my head? Oh, God.
Feminists. I mean, everybody.
Does it get worse than this?
Is
this like at the peak?
But you do constantly.
We're still going up the hill
in this field.
We haven't even gotten to the worst bit of this interview yet.
For instance, only because men have been in charge, and so we got to take the gun out of the hands of the chimp. And I just think that we to a great degree that's true, but it's because, as with everything, it took people an awful long time to become enlightened. That doesn't mean everything.
You still aren't.
They did was wrong. And as with the trans thing, I have
always,
on the rare occasions I've addressed this, I've said, I take people as they come. I don't care what they are. I have friends who are gay, straight, Satanist, traditional Roman Catholic, Moonies, communists, People would think Marx didn't
You
go
sure they're
far
your
enough.
Sorry,
friends,
hold
bro?
on, hold on,
I
hold on.
love
Can,
that.
sorry, can I just
the
point
more
something
diverse,
out
the
here?
better.
Listen to this. Isn't this the some of my best friends are black defense?
Yep.
I've got black friends. I've got gay
It's,
friends. That means I'm
yeah,
not.
And then to
Mhm.
that, I say, are you sure they're your friends? Like, or do they consider you their friend,
The
or it's just a
proximity to the
one-sided thing?
community does not mean that like you're an actual ally of the community. Just
yeah.
because you're proximity to it doesn't
I
mean
mean,
you care
Right.
I
about the
mean,
people.
we've
Really,
had so we've that because I think we've had like an hour and a half of the I'm not racist but defense.
Right.
Now we got the some of my best friends are black defense going on right now.
Gosh. Okay, let's carry on. Oh, he has some very disturbing views.
I have friends who were Africans.
But would you,
African-Americans,
with trans
Pacific.
people, with trans people, would you, if they wanted to be referred to as a certain pronoun, would you do it?
No, I'm afraid I will not let people tell me what to say.
Okay.
But if
See,
they,
that's
Whoa!
if they
Stop
have-
this!
Sorry.
Stop this! I'm going to say something about this.
Go ahead.
I have to say
A lot,
something
a
about
lot of
this.
people actually
Yeah,
have issues with this. So we
yeah.
really need to talk about this.
Yeah.
I'll get my piece out on this then, and I'll let other people speak because I feel like I've been hogging the conversation a little bit. Okay.
Mm.
I will say I only like even became aware of terms like non-binary a few 2 or 3 years ago, honestly. So sometimes I still, because it's deeply rooted thing. Sometimes I struggle with the they them. But if if people have expressed to me that they would prefer me to use they them pronouns, I make the effort to try. Now, sometimes I slip up and I make mistakes with that, but it's not intentional and it's not meant to. And a lot of the time, I can I might use like he or her pronouns or whatever when I should be saying they, and then I'll catch myself and like, oh shit, I need to, and stop it. But if someone has clearly indicated to me that they prefer the pronouns she, he, or her, whatever that is, I'm going to endeavor to try and use their preferred pronouns with them.
that's respect.
Yeah, and to
That's
be honest,
respectful. Now, I
person do
might
that.
there's times I've slipped up or whatever, but it's not intentional, and I try and stop myself. And as
I
I say,
call my
it's
kids the
very
wrong name sometimes. So
yeah,
like shit happens. I don't
yeah. I mean,
it's how we handle it and move on is what counts.
yeah. And I like I said, sometimes still the non-binary, the they them pronouns trip me up sometimes still because she and he's very deep rooted and it's trying to break yourself of that habit.
Can I at this point
the way he's kind of saying that the way he is there saying though that if someone has clearly indicated they prefer different pronouns and he's like, well, I'm going to say what I'm going to say no matter what.
irrespective of how you think or how you feel.
Sorry, Robert Price, fuck you.
Okay, there's 5 of us here. This is a question to all 5 of you. I'm a trans person and I want to be called a he. Would you call me what I want you to call me? There's 5 of us here. Well, 4 of you. Yes.
Yeah,
So Rion says yes.
100.
Godless Toma.
No question.
Yeah.
Yes. Tori.
Yes.
It's easy.
It's easy.
It's just so easy.
Who cares?
Why
Right.
do we make things so? Just call people what they want to be called. How hard can that be? Why do I want to know? Why do you want to know everything? You can't know it all. These people have it hard already. Can you imagine being born in a body that you don't identify with? In a body that you know the struggles of these people, and then along comes people like Price that would just make life even harder. I don't get it. I really don't.
For no reason either. Like
For no
there's
reason.
Right.
there's no substantial. There's nothing substantial to
No
anything that
good
they
reason
say.
for it.
And the audacity. Oh, I wouldn't say anything if I.
Made the transition and now say
Let me take that back because we need to hear that last bit what he just said, because that was important what he just said.
That doesn't mean everything they did was wrong. And as with the trans thing, I have always, when I've on the rare occasions I've addressed this, I've said I take people as they come. I don't care what they are. I have friends who are gay, straight, Satanist, traditional Roman Catholic, Moonies, communists, people that think Marx didn't go far enough. I love that. The more diverse, the better. I have friends who are Africans.
But would you, with trans people, with trans people, would you, if they wanted to be referred to as a certain pronoun, would you do it?
No, I'm afraid I will not let people tell me what to say.
Okay.
But if they if they have made the transition and now say a man who does this like Bruce Jenner and becomes a woman, I'd say I'd say she in that case. But all of this stuff with where they start parsing it to the point where we supposedly have 150
The
genders,
dead naming.
and you
No,
have to
just
use
say
the right
it's Caitlyn
pronoun
Jenner.
prior to
Like,
that is lunacy. But I
So I would
Just
not say
dead
anything.
named.
I would only say I will only call them what they want to be called only if they've had gender reassignment surgery.
But
That's the only
then,
condition.
But then proceeds to misgender and dead name somebody. So which is it?
Exactly.
Which is it, Dr. Price?
Please, you know he's not gonna actually follow it.
What bothers me, what boggles my mind is this reminds me of me when I was a Christian.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? My mind's made up and I've got it right, and there's no way I can see the other side. Like, he's got his mind made up. He's still Christian. As much as he tries to claim he's an atheist, he's still evangelical.
He's still got that mindset.
He's evangelical just the other fucking way.
Yeah, it's that mindset. He still has that Christian mindset.
He sure does. He's right.
That evangelical mindset. He's not changing at all.
Nope. 100 exactly.
Well, I shouldn't even say Christian mindset, but like, what's a better word for it? Like
I get what you're saying. I don't tend to go with this.
It's just a terrible mindset, though. His mindset like that.
I don't tend to go with that just because I've been accused of being an undercover Christian apologist by certain atheists because of disagreements and so on. But
wait, I like this comment.
Damn
right
it!
I only respect people when I feel like it. That's it. That's it right there.
Yeah, I just feel. Oh.
That's him.
The Price dude is priceless.
No. People's identity choices, and I see them as individuals. I don't. I remember once at a Lovecraft convention, a couple of people that liked my work came up to me and asked me to autograph a couple of my anthologies. These guys were screaming.
Lucidchart makes intelligent diagramming easy and helps your best ideas become real.
Okay. That's about the best time for it, I
couldn't have had a more gay stereotype. My reaction was one of a kind of fatherly compassion. I felt like these people are
father.
They appreciate my work, and I appreciate them.
Wait a minute.
Sorry. Sorry.
We ain't gonna get to this.
Father Price.
I don't mean to
It's
laugh.
Father Price.
I don't mean to laugh at this.
Father.
I don't mean to laugh at this, but did I just hear this sort of say? Did I just think? Oh, I heard him say this. Look, I'm not bigoted or whatever, because there's one time when I met a couple of guys who were flaming homosexuals. What the fuck did I just hear?
Oh my God.
I think, look, as much as we hear these things, a lot of us were once a Dr. Price. Some of us still are closeted Dr. Price. We still have these views. The whole idea of this is religion. I've got any sort of views that makes me think like him. Oh gosh, no. I would hope that I go back and do some work. Hello, dog.
Now,
Hey guys,
okay,
Hey,
how
dog.
you
we
doing?
keep using
Man.
doctor because a PhD these
It's not,
days
you
is
can't be.
meaningless. I have a PhD
Now,
in
I have a question.
psychology.
Now, has he been an atheist for long, or is he,
I think
it's
for a
kind of like a
long
recent
Price,
deconversion?
yes.
Because if it's
Price,
recent,
long time. Price, long time atheist.
okay.
Yeah.
So if he recently became an atheist, fine. I think
Right.
I get like, okay, you're
Right.
like,
Okay.
like you're recently trying to deconstruct the belief. If
Can
he's
I?
been like this for a while,
Oh,
I don't know what to say. I
I was
know
gonna say
Documented
you joined
receipts.
you joined obviously a bit late because I was tuning in the beginning. It was just so you don't know, the reason like Robert Price is kind of very well known in the atheist scene is this is a guy that thinks this is a guy who, as a historian, argues that Jesus Christ never existed. So he's certainly not a Christian. He believes Jesus is a mythical figure. That's kind of why he's well known.
But
okay.
going back to why
Dog was
people call them doctors, as I say, I've got a PhD in advertising psychology. I'm basically a marketeer now for an advertising company. You got Dr. Kent Hovind, of course. You had that. You had the African American doctor that was the demon's sperm. She was
Oh, that
actually a
lady.
medical
Oh
doctor.
gosh.
Oh my God!
I-
What?
oh,
I
Demon
think-
sperm?
Yes,
I
what's her name now?
yeah, was that
Dr. Emmanuel. Dr.
is that
Emmanuel?
Stella Manuel?
That was
That's
her,
my
yeah. I think
oh,
doctor is
oh,
brandished
he-
about too much. I don't call myself a doctor because I have a
oh,
PhD.
that was a whole lot of
I
crazy.
call myself dog,
Mm-mm.
but it means nothing. Education
The
means
doctor.
nothing to idiots. If you're an idiot going into education, just because you retain the knowledge does not make you a non-idiot. Simple as that.
An
I think
educated idiot.
I mean, generally, a PhD's got a PhD in one subject that they're very, very well versed in.
Yeah.
Generally.
Well, as Soren says, Ken Hovins is from
Yeah, Kent Hovind's not got a
the College
PhD.
of
Let's just
Jesus
be clear
Christ
about
and
that.
Mary, Amen, wherever. It means nothing in reality.
Yeah, I will say this. I know I'm not. Again, this is the only thing I'm going to really defend Price on this. From my understanding, his PhD is a legitimate PhD from an accredited university. Kent Hovins, we all know, is not.
$40 off the internet.
Yeah. Price,
Jesus
for all of his abhorrent views and whatever, and his bad takes. From my understanding, Price's PhD in history is legit. I think he's got some bad take, and I think he's got some bad historical takes, even though he's way more qualified in history than I am. But I'm just saying on that particular score, from my understanding, Price's PhD is legit. So I don't necessarily like the comparisons with Hovins personally.
But Jeff, you're far more knowledgeable and you use your history intelligence to great effect. He doesn't. And as you quoted me earlier, he is basically just saying, I'm not a racist, but. and then he's bringing out the friends thing. I already called it. You can hear him when I've seen this video before. I've got friends here. I've got friends there. I've got friends. Look at this fucking background. He's overcompensating Superman fucking models, isn't he? Obviously.
I believe I can fly.
Well, that's it.
Who's that singing? Oh, yes.
A PhD means nothing. A doctor
You're better singing than I am.
Nothing these days. Nothing.
Okay, should we carry on? There's still a lot more to unpack in this.
As they are. I think of friends who are gay, and I've often said I would never want them to convert to being straight. It's integral to their personality, which I love. I don't, I just people are people to me. It's just that you also have to see the forest and not just the trees. And it seems to me that something is going wrong in our culture when suddenly you have a huge occurrence of young girls wanting to transition to male. Like it's almost never the other way around. And what is going on here?
No, wait, guys. No. I need to take that back just a quick second because just let's him finish. Let him finish what he just said.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is not good. Okay, let's hear this.
Or my family or something. They appreciate my work, and I appreciate them as they are. I think of friends who are gay, and I've often said I would never want them to convert to being straight. It's integral to their personality, which I love. I don't, I just people are people to me. It's just that you also have to see the forest and not just the trees. And it seems to me that something is going wrong in our culture when suddenly you have a huge occurrence of young girls wanting to transition to male. Like it's almost never the other way around. And what is going on here? There's something wrong. I think this is a symptom of something bad in terms of society. I think it's becoming like what Weber or Durkheim, one of them, called anomie, a normless society where there are no shared values anymore, and such a society is very likely doomed, which I think our is. But in the meantime, the individuals, bring them on. I love them.
Yeah, I have some my fear. This is.
This guy is so fucking out of touch.
It's a symptom. It's a symptom of society, but doesn't care about what that symptom. Not that it is a symptom of, but he doesn't care about what's causing it. He just wants to. He just wants people to be normal again.
All of a sudden,
he just wants to complain about
these girls want to be men. All of a sudden, these girls want to be men, and it's nonsense. I mean, these girls have struggled all their life.
Exactly. They're finally.
And
Ricardo.
There's men who want to be, not want to be, they are girls.
And why is he? Why does he have a problem with the girls?
What's the
transitioning to male and not the other way round?
I don't think
that's
he
the ultimate
understands.
question. Why the problem?
I'm gonna say I don't think he understands transitions at all. I said with a little video I released earlier, one of the things I don't often talk about on my channel is trans issues. Now, even though I've got a lot of people who regularly come on stream to me who are trans, sometimes I view the best way that I could be an ally is to actually shut up, stand back, and let trans people have their own voice. That's sometimes how I feel I could be the best ally. And I'm not saying too much of it because I'm just going to warn people. This is about to get a lot worse. Now I'm just warning people
because what's his name?
Way worse.
Pine Creek is going to say something that I was a bit.
And Price, both of them, yeah.
But Jeff, everyone struggles with trans issues. I mean, I'm okay with it with a guy who's a girl and a girl who's a guy. But when you get this, when the water's muddied with these 100+ genders, that's where
dog.
I struggle there.
Yeah, where
Dog,
what the
dog.
fuck is he?
Be careful on the 100 genders thing here. This is
I'm
something
going to
price-
because I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm just saying I
Yeah,
struggle with it. I've got a friend.
Can
who,
I just say, because this is something Price is about to use, is like the 100 plus genders in a minute.
Oh gosh.
So just be careful where you go with this.
I don't disagree with it, Jeff. I just don't understand it. I'm not that far ahead.
Yeah, well,
I
that's fine.
understand a few of them.
And well, here's the thing, Doc. I'm going to just say, okay, again, other reason I don't always talk about trans issues or whatever, I don't understand a lot of the science behind it. So sometimes if I don't understand it, best not to pontificate on like certain things you don't understand.
My
Mm-hmm.
gimp
Which
suit
is what
sick to me.
I'd think my best advice to Robert Price would be.
He should have never done this show. That would have been my best advice to Price. But
No. I'm glad he did. Glad he did. Come on.
oh yeah,
now
I'm glad
we
he
know.
did.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. Yes.
So Maya just pointed something out. Once I didn't.
Tell him that.
Maya says once I didn't understand trans issues. I don't think I fully understand it. But rather than clinging to right-wing talking points, I spoke to actual trans men and women. Sometimes you have to know when to shut the fuck up and listen.
I understand the struggle.
Yeah.
And all I can say about Robert Price is with that last sentence he says is an ignorant fuck.
Superman sim. Gosh. Okay, guys, let's hear.
Okay, go on.
Here it comes.
This is about to get worse.
Some young kids, let's say teenage years, like in my son's high school, if you come out as trans, you get a ton of love and attention.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I wonder if them transitioning is to get this love and attention, and it's not so much of a difference between gender and biology.
Yeah, I suspect so, because otherwise, why? I mean, it's a symptom of isolation, and it is correlated with, you can't demonstrate causation, I think, with all the internet bullying and the suicide that results from that. There's much more bullying going on, like on different fronts in different media than there used to be, and it's always been a problem. And then this comes, especially when girls are criticized because they don't fit the fashion model stereotype. Well, it makes sense to me that they might say, well, I'm not really making it as a girl. Maybe I'll try something else. If I'm a boy, that's not going to matter. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Oh my Jesus Christ.
Hold on.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm
hold
not
on,
making it as a girl. Let me
hold
give
on,
it a try.
I'm going to say what he's about to say in a couple of seconds' time is even worse.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because this is the point. The whole section of the video is a point where I'm not going to say it's where I was the most uncomfortable with it. It was the most. I don't know. When I listened to this, one of the parts where I was just cringing the most. Especially what he's about to say in a couple of seconds.
I actually love this comment by PP Gates. It seems like he's okay with a transgender person as long as they show him their genitals, so his tiny brain can label that individual. It's like we need to see the genitals.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the ludicrousy
I understand.
of it. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
I understand. Let's hear.
The only immoral part of the whole trans thing is when kids are actually.
Guys, this is the immoral part of being trans, okay? It's coming.
Indoctrinated by leftist teachers to say, well, maybe you ought to switch over. And so they have no business doing that. And especially.
Right.
How many teachers have you met? I haven't met any teachers, right? How many teachers have you come across who have told children, you're a boy, being a boy is not working out for you. How about try being a girl? How many of such teachers have any of you met?
Nobody says that.
Yeah.
Give me a documented
Yeah.
case, please. Give me a documented case where a teacher
Okay.
has
Yeah.
said that.
I think my reaction when I heard this the first time was 3 words. Um, citation fucking needed.
Thank
Needed.
you.
Mm,
Ding, ding, ding.
mm,
And
mm, mm.
this
Gosh.
this was one of the bits I was just throughout this whole thing, that whole past couple of was just some of the most cringe-worthy bits of this. But the fact that when he got to this bit, the whole thing of where you've got where you've got there's teachers who are trying to teach kids that maybe they should change genders or this is can we
Sickening.
so this is
Hey,
like, can
girl,
we
Maria.
say,
Hello.
um
Gosh.
that whole
Thank you.
the trans agenda crap. That's what he's saying is happening here. That's kind of where he's got to with this.
It's just ignorance, Jeff. That's all it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That is. And then my question is, what
sorry. I'm
and
just
my
say I have
question
a
is, okay,
friend
so
who
what's the
suddenly
point of
come
the
out and it's taken him 48 years to come out, and she's now a woman. Obviously, she's gone through like the initial phase in her life of transitioning, and she's she's pre-op and all this, and she's still having the interviews with the psychologists and whatnot. And it's hard to get over that. It's hard to see the fact that it's your mate in a wig and a skirt, but it's not.
Mm,
It's not if you think sensibly.
yes.
And we do call her by her new name, what she's gone with, and we're happy with that. She still
And
says
so you
the
should
same
be.
dirty jokes in the pubs and whatnot and whatever, but accept
I think
equality and just accepting people for who they are, not for what they are,
yes,
but who they
yes,
are. And
yes.
that's the easiest thing in the world that anyone can do. If you want to argue about that, like this prick here, and both of him, he's just as bad.
And my thing is,
questions to trigger him. I don't know, but he's just as fucking stupid.
yeah. And my thing is, think about teachers for a minute, right? Some of these teachers really do put in the work to make sure that their students come out being productive members of the society. Some teachers have actually stepped in and done things over and beyond their pay grade. Teachers are not paid enough to do. No, they don't. And then to make teachers out to be some kind of leaning towards the left and making politicizing the role of teachers. Come on now, come on.
I was going to say this. I mean, I do know some teachers. I know some people who are members of the National Union of Teachers. Now they may be very politically they may be very left leaning. They certainly wouldn't necessarily be talking. They would never be talking to children about if they are going to talk to children about trans issues, they're not going to actually be suggesting to those children that they should maybe think about swapping genders. Because you know what? That's not their job. That is
right. And
that's a medical
I can confirm they don't do that
thing. That's a medical thing, what bothers me here? This is what I think Price is saying is, you hear these like jokes like things like the gay agenda, the trans agenda,
That's the whole thing Price is going with here. And this fuckwit Pine Creek's in encouraging it. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, this was a
He is.
softball
He is.
kind of.
Whether he's just asking questions to trigger him, or he's
Yeah,
just
I
as fucking ignorant as the other cunt.
don't know. The only thing he pushed back on was the insurrection. So
I'm going to go on camera.
we're still okay. We're still getting to that in a minute.
Well,
Okay,
I don't know if Jeff is Jeff. Are you pre corporal punishment or post corporal punishment?
I was on the border. It sort of went out when I was in my early years at school. But
I have to admit, I was in corporal. I got a lot of it myself.
Now,
especially in Catholic
I'm the most
school.
recent graduate, so I have never seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen it in school and stuff. Can't get away with that now.
In the 70s and 80s, corporal punishment was the thing in the UK from teachers. Don't get me wrong, the teachers these days, they suffer hardships. They go through so much shit. Corporal punishment did work to an extent. You think, I'm fucking doing that again. But you got to remember that the gays and trans kids were around then. They were around thousands of years ago.
We used to call them tomboys and tomgirls.
Indigenous people have two spirit people. So I mean, there's always been these people. I don't mean these, but there's always been people who have
different.
This isn't new. Yeah, I've just been learning about things from like 3,000 years ago, and the goddess Inanna, and they talk a lot about gender fluidity, which I had no idea because they cover it up like it's something new. No, this has been since like time was written down. So it's not new. It's been here.
And even too, when you think about like recent movements, that how often did that get like look at like the Stonewall riots, for example. How often does that get brought up, for example?
Never.
Yeah, but now teachers have to juggle through this human soup.
Can you imagine?
Still educate on top of it.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
Can you imagine?
I've talked to a teacher. You have to deal with.
Ooh. Okay, can we carry on?
Yeah, too much more.
Permanent harm, which is why you have an unusual number of suicides among people who have.
I sped it up just a tiny bit, so just please let me know if it's a bit too fast.
No worries. We haven't even got to the worst bit of this interview yet.
I wish I had. And that doesn't mean everybody's going to do that. I think Bruce Jenner is likely to do it anytime soon. And it doesn't say anything about any individual you meet. It's just you got to see the forest and the trees and wonder what is going on here.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable to say that if someone is considering transitioning, that they have access to people who have transitioned and regret it. And read
oh my Jesus!
I want to bring up another one here. This is about if Black Lives Matter so much, why don't their fathers want to be a part of it? We kind of touched on this already.
Pine Creek.
Something you wrote, I think, right?
If Black Lives Matter,
and he laughed.
Why don't their fathers want to be a part of it? Okay.
And he laughed.
Is that too fast, or what, guys? What do you think? Too fast, or okay?
It's just about right. Any faster than that, I think we'd struggle. But
okay.
I'm
all
okay.
Right, let's carry on.
Male children of such families have no male role models in the home and wind up getting anti-socialized by street gangs, channeling their burgeoning male energies into predation and savagery, the state of pre-civilization. No wonder they don't take school seriously, lacking discipline at home. And you go on. Did you write this?
Yeah, I can't take credit for the whatever that is, the meme or something like that, though I like it. I just don't want to steal credit for whoever did come up with it. Let's see, I did write it, and it seems to me, again, that is obviously true. And what's so ironic is I am explicitly saying this is a result of bungled child rearing. It's not the result of people being genetically disposed to savagery. Now, that would be racist. But I'm not saying that. If we pursued it a step further, I would say this is because of certain government policies, starting at least with LBJ. It has nothing to do with the guilt of the Black culture. They've been set on a deadly course, and you can see.
Oh God.
Denying the
Hang on.
in fact, one state is now.
He said he's not responsible for the meme, but he's not responsible for the meme, but it's all true.
He likes
You
it.
basically just said that black fathers are deadbeat dads.
No, but the meme was just copying exactly what he had written. Someone probably made a meme just from what he had said.
Yep.
So
carry on.
Okay.
In punishments for misbehavior, you adjust it to racial identity. In other words, they expect African American kids to be hell raisers. Like, I mean, they might be right depending on why they think it is. But look what they're doing. They're just ignoring the problem. And I would say it's racist, except that I don't know why they view the greater incidence and the greater probability of Black misbehavior in school. They might also.
Yeah, and he says one state's doing this. Which state?
People that make rules like this very likely are on the bandwagon with the people that made the bad policy. So I don't know what they're thinking, but it's certainly not going to help anything.
Yeah, I've heard some people say that that just because African American families are not, let's say, married, that they're still men in their lives, and so that you can't make that conclusion that it's broken homes that's causing the problem. Have you heard that?
Well, if there are men in their lives, that's not what
the whole flow chart is racist.
Pacific Islander cultures, often an uncle is just as important as the father and has different initiatory roles and all that. I'm not saying, I mean, you might as well say, well, if the biological father skipped town and nobody ever saw him again, and the mother remarried, and so the kid has a stepfather, obviously, that's not what I'm talking about. It's the absence of male mentorship, like Robert Bly describes in his book Iron John, which everybody used to read and probably still should.
Why do you think male mentorship is important?
You need to learn how to be a man from somebody who is one and learned the hard way, or from his own male mentor. But you need to have male values inculcated by people that know where it's at and why it's good. Like, should you strike back at a bully, for instance? Like Opie asks Andy Taylor on the show, or I'm a big fan of The Rifle, and I love the way the relationship between the father and the son is depicted, and how they admire each other and teach each other. And the father is teaching principles of honor and so forth. Now, his wife has died, so he's the only parent, but you get the impression, but he's only got the one son. You get the impression that if there was a daughter involved, he would hasten to marry. That nearly happens in one of the episodes. And so it's not like it has to be perfect, but there's a basic structure. And when you have Black Lives Matter, for instance, saying that they are against the nuclear family and want to see it dismantled, what are they aiming at there? Well, they are anarchistic.
But Black Lives Matter say that?
What's that? Oh, yes, they do. It was until
yes, they do.
on their website as part of their statement of principles. They admit they're Marxists and that they're against the nuclear family. And of course, what they want to do is.
I'd like to see.
Is that a is that a statement of truth? Statement of truth. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter want to eradicate the nuclear family.
They were saying they need a community.
Now, Price covers his arse here, saying that this this is no longer on their website. Now, I'd like I haven't had a chance to go back for the Wayback Machine and check this, so I don't know. Maybe something was on the website. I don't know. It's just, I mean, here's the thing. My understanding of Black Lives Matter as an organization, I'm very much on the outside here. Yes, there probably are Marxists who are involved with it. There are, from what I understand, there's also probably liberals, all kinds of different people that are involved there, because it's supposed to be a united front. That comes together on one issue.
I mean, myself, I grew up without my dad. My brothers grew up without dad in the home. My brothers turned out okay. It's this making every single mom household as if they're going to raise criminals. They're going to raise degenerates. Yes,
Right.
I know
Yeah,
that there might be some, but hello, what you
there are plenty of success stories that came from single parent households.
Yeah.
exactly.
Now,
Are you
I'm
sure this
certainly not a
guy is
criminal. So.
atheist? Are you sure this
Steve,
And I
guy is
think, and I,
Steve
atheist?
McQuaid manager said,
Very
you know, the
theist
Afro
man.
was going to be reviewing the senior Proud Boys.
mm.
Senior Proud Boys.
And I think I
Hey,
know
no,
where
this,
Price is get. I think
these,
I know where
these
Price
are
is
these are
getting
the
this
retired
nonsense
Proud
from
Boys.
as well. I think I know where Price is getting this nonsense now because I don't know how many people here have read the Communist Manifesto, but yeah, Marx writes some things about the traditional family structure and why Marx and Engels write why they're kind of opposed to it. It doesn't mean they're necessarily opposed to family as a unit, but there's a bit more context or whatever.
Yeah, it's about a
And
community, a communal.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's doing the whole thing of that all the these United Front, this organization's a Marxist front. No, it's a United Front. Now, are there Marxists that are in something like Black Lives Matter? I absolutely guarantee there are. But are there people from all sorts of other different political traditions involved in Black Lives Matter? Yes, there are. It's a united front on one issue around, around
It's a
like
whole world
Black
hedge,
people
Jeff.
in America or whatever that brings in loads of different political traditions.
And it's
Yeah, but we have our race.
similar in
My
the UK.
parents were racist, Jeff.
It's similar in the UK with things like Stop the Water Coalition and whatever. Yeah, there was Marxists involved with that, but there are also a lot of other different groups that were involved as well.
So I'm just thinking about a single mom who's raising kids because her husband or the children's father died. So what would Dr. Price say about that? So people are single in most cases not because they choose that life, but they're dealt that life and they've just got to get on with it.
Yes.
Right?
Even then, how many of them actually choose that life? Like sometimes they end up in that situation because stuff happens.
Things
Father
happen.
dies.
Exactly.
Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he didn't want to be around. It's not
Do you
something
know?
they choose.
Do you know? Do you know how many people are in horrible relationships, abusive, toxic relationships, because they hear something like this and think, "Gosh, if I'm single with these kids, I'm going to raise criminals. I'm going to raise murderers." Come on now, people are when they hear things like this, then next thing you know, they would rather stay. I've heard someone, I actually know someone who is in a horrible marriage with 4 kids, but because the 4 kids are there, they're waiting until the kids are old enough to leave home for them
Even
to
then, that's even worse.
make their way out.
That goes the other way, though, Esther. I was a single child. I was disowned when I left, when I was expelled from Catholic school because my parents were staunch racists. And anything Catholic, Jesus was 6 foot, blonde, blue eyed, fucking ripped fucking geezer in the middle of the Middle East. That's how they saw life. And because I got expelled, I was no good to them because God has basically disowned me. I had a lot to deal with through my teen. But anyway, it goes the other way that individual is an individual. And from the age of awareness, you already know who or what you are. And that's how you get on with life. And you disown the people that bring you down. That's how secular people do it anyway. If you didn't get on with anyone, you say, well, fuck you. See you later. You've got an issue with me. It's your fucking issue. You get on with life. You get one shot at the fucking thing. Just do it. There's no afterlife. There's none of that bollocks that anyone can tell you because there's no fucking evidence of it. Oh, so
Where are we at?
Okay,
So
Just
yeah,
looking at where
can we
we're
carry
at.
on?
Yeah, because we haven't even got to the worst bit of this
Oh
interview
gosh,
yet.
it's coming. Oh gosh, it's
it
coming.
gets worse. It does.
This is not even a
I'll say
much
in about
worse
in
as
about
it
in about
gets.
20 in the
Bad.
next sort of 10-15 minutes it gets
It's
really
gonna get
bad.
worse. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
let's try and go
Broke eye.
through as much of this as possible.
Oh, and there is
Chaos.
2
Oh, I
hours
saw
and it's
Bro Guy
much
in the
worse.
chat
So it also
yesterday.
puts into mind
He
that
was
we were
there.
aiming at a state in which children would be brought up by the state, not by the parents, which you had to some degree in the Soviet Union. Hey, you better not indoctrinate your kids in religion. We, the state, will tell them what to think about that. And I get very disturbed when fellow atheists say, parents teaching their kids, bringing their kids up in a religion is child abuse. No, even if I don't agree with the religion, what you said is Stalinism, and I'm not for it. It's like that's what I see in Hillary Clinton, who's a confessed Alinskyite. She writes this book. It takes a village. It's like a kibbutz kind of a thing, I guess. But I think she probably should have called it. It takes a gulag. Because it's the anti-family thing is pro-state ownership of children. You see that again with these teachers telling kids, well, we're going to talk about you changing gender, but we're not going to tell your parents. Why do they think they have the right to do that? Because they think the state owns the children, not the parents.
Well, you know what? Maybe they're right that the state does own the parents because the state's paying for the kids. You get like, I've been a big
The state is paying for the
person to say
kids.
you shouldn't have kids
Fuck,
unless you
man.
can afford them.
Mm.
And
Is
so if
that
you
a
have
wealth?
kids,
I
and basically
don't
the
know.
government's paying for their food, shelter, and clothing. They basically own the kids.
Again,
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
This
again,
food is just
again, Pine
Mm.
Creek. Did you
Mm.
spit or
Mm.
swallow last night? Honestly,
So anyone
he went right
who
off
is
the
on
rails with them.
anyone who's on food stamps here in the UK, you're on benefits.
I've been
So
on food
the
stamps.
government owns your kids.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yikes. No, Pine Creek. Nah,
And why would they
Pine
even
Creek.
think
Come on,
that's
Pine
what
Creek.
the movement is about? Why would they even think that's what the movement wants?
Gosh.
Is he like the math is not doot, 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 doot. It's not adding
It's
up
not
for him.
computing, is it?
It's not
Right,
no, the
right.
computer ain't computing up there no more for him.
Gosh.
Yeah, that
He's
that
got a
brain
record.
retired.
Thank you, please. That's it.
I think all his brain
mean-
cells just retired and stuff.
I-
All
I
his brain
said-
cells retired.
I said right at the beginning of this whole thing, and when I first listened to it, I didn't know Pine Creek. I'd never heard of him until like 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I
But
didn't know about it till
but the initial 5 or 10 minutes or whatever before he brought Price into the stream just gave me a bad vibe that he was not gonna put Price on the spot on anything in this whole thing.
He was making jokes. He was like, "Oh, what should we talk about? Oh, what should? Oh,
And
yeah, we should ask him this."
I didn't even then, even though it did inspire me with a lot of confidence, I didn't realize it'd be this bad. He's just giving
as
Price
bad
a
as
free
Price.
ride. He's not pushed back on any bloody thing.
No. Okay, let's carry on.
But I have to admit, Price
You
was
know,
right
guys.
about the indoctrination. When
Is
kids
he?
get indoctrinated, because kids don't see colour, they don't see
True,
religion, they don't
true.
see nothing.
You're
I had
right.
a friend called an African friend in my school called Tipu. Don't laugh at his name. His name was Tipu, and he's now quite a qualified doctor, surgeon actually.
Oh
And
wow.
my parents wouldn't let him in the house for Sunday dinner. I invited them for Sunday dinner. They wouldn't let him in the house.
Oh wow.
that's
Gosh.
messed up. Just
I
it was just
know,
because
that's
it's
My
racist love
heartbreaking.
parents
or
were racist. They
That's
were staunch Catholics,
heartbreaking.
and
that's
unless
terrible.
you were white and Jesus like, you weren't invited
Children-
to our house.
Children don't
I'm
see
sorry.
these things.
That's horrible.
Children don't
No,
see
That's
these
children
things.
don't
kids
see
don't
colour.
care.
They don't see anything.
Oh gosh.
They don't see COVID.
Kids
They
don't
hug
care.
each
Kids
other.
just see friends. They don't
Yeah,
care about none of that.
Exactly.
That's it.
Okay. I've got a video. Someone sent me the video. If there's still time, I might show the video later on. It's just a 1-minute clip. It completely broke my heart. It was a test. Children were shown a white doll and a black doll. and asked
Oh, I
questions.
think I saw
Oh
that
my
one.
God, it broke my heart. But listen, let's carry on.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter. Here's another one that someone sent me, or I copied and pasted from somewhere. This article, Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
You wrote this, June
Oh yes,
3rd.
and I would swear by
Oh
every word of it. I
no,
just
Black
reread it
Lives
last night.
Matter.
Okay,
I
give us
would
the synopsis
swear
of what
by
this is
it.
about and what the point you're trying to make.
Oh gosh.
Well, mainly most of what we've been talking about, that the minstrel show poster there reflects a scene from Gone with the Wind, where the, uh, the war between the states is over, and the carpetbaggers come from the north and are busy recruiting freed slaves as a voting bloc. And they say, "We're your friends, and you're going to vote like your friends vote." And it's just a new kind of enslavement, quote unquote. Why don't you switch over to our plantation? You won't be picking cotton, but you'll be putting the right thing in the ballot box. That was already patronizing racist exploitation. And it continues to be that way, as people like Candace Owens and others say today. Blacks need to get
Not
off the
Candace
Democrat
Owens.
plantation.
Yeah.
He likes her.
I'm calling
Okay.
them
Well, we've
carpetbaggers.
covered a lot
Isn't
of
racist.
A
Yeah.
white
let's move
man
more
who
to
likes
politics.
Candace
While
Owens.
this-
Why am I
Oh,
surprised?
now the
Wow,
best
I'm
part,
not racist.
politics.
I like
are you a
Candace
Trump supporter?
Owens.
Or
Oh
were you?
yeah.
Sorry,
Big
guys.
time.
Sorry.
Is there anything?
Here comes the best part. Politics. I'm not. I don't like talking about politics, but let me tell you the things I
I
was
haven't
saying
had a
about
Yeah.
change in a
politics.
while.
Yeah. Ooh.
You don't like about Trump?
He
Right.
brought it here. So
But hang on. You did not hear the question
Let
by
him go.
the question by Pine Creek. Let's see. Okay. Right. Here we go.
Patronizing racist exploitation. And it continues to be that way, as people like Candace Owens and others say today. Blacks need to get off the Democrat plantation.
that's kind of what she's doing, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've covered a lot of that sort of thing. Let's move more to politics. Well, this is sort of politics too, but more about things like the Republican Party and Trump. Are you a Trump supporter? Or
Oh
were
yeah,
you?
yeah, big
Okay.
time.
Is there anything you don't like
Of
about
course
Trump?
she is.
Well, he plays golf, which I hate. But what's not to like, especially if you have a cynical, smart-ass sense of humor?
Well, that's
Well, what about him grabbing women by the,
We don't even know if that's true. One woman said that she was on a plane with Trump started groping and grabbing her as if an octopus was entangling her. I don't believe that. Could that have gone on for seconds before Trump would have been grabbed? It's ridiculous. And in fact, other women that have come forward with these stories have eventually been, like with others too, like the thing with Judge Kavanaugh. A lot of these accusations are later recanted or exposed. You can't ever really know. Now, he was sexually more frisky than I would advise people to be. There's no doubt of that. But if he had, suppose he had sex with Stormy Daniels, was that her name? Like Greg Gutfeld said, would that really surprise you, given the kind of guy Trump is? He's not a moral paragon.
Well, what has Stormy Daniels paid off? $300,000.
I think it was about.
Stormy Daniels has paid a significant amount of money to keep
to shut. Yeah. Hush money. Trump.
Basically, yeah. A lot of his conquests, if you call them they are. If you look at him and the women he slept with,
look at his current wife. If you think about it.
I mean, he's a fat orange guy with a
fat orange
hat on.
Okay, let's hear the rest.
Mitt Romney, when he was the Republican nominee, says, yeah, he's a Mormon. I don't agree with Mormonism. Okay, but fellow evangelicals, remember, you're not voting for a Sunday school teacher. And that's the way it seems here, because what he does pursue that is righteous and helpful is the America First policy. Which, despite the carping of these propagandists, never meant to hell with everybody else. He made it clear the first day that he meant that France should put French interests first.
But I want getting back to the first thing you said. I asked you, is there anything you don't like about Trump?
Not much.
One thing I'm on record as saying that I think Trump is the worst role model out of all the presidents, which is different than the politics part. And the reason why I think that is because I don't know if you've seen this video, but it has him on video saying some really nasty stuff that I definitely, like, I have a son and I'd be ashamed if my son behaved this way. Like, this is Trump on audio saying I took her out furniture shopping or something. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there and she was married. Like, he's basically admitting that he's making moves on married women and basically, for his own sexual gratification. This is why I don't.
bad.
Yeah, I don't like Trump
You
for
have
that.
to choose your battles. To me, I'd rather have him than a mannequin like Biden manipulated by lunatic dogmatists into shutting down the energy industry, in being weak in foreign policy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you really care that much about what he may have done in his past? I mean, I'd like to know the date of that, but people don't seem to hold that against Clinton. And it's unfortunate. But look at why the guy is president. He's not like Cato of ancient Rome, the official censor and moral paragon. The stuff he's done for veterans, for homosexuals, for women, that for African Americans. I mean, I know you've seen the picture of Jesse Jackson giving him an award for his work on behalf of African Americans, but they just lie and say he's a racist. He's always given prominence to women in positions of authority in his companies and in the government, but they just ignore that. They say he said they're good people on both sides of this. Oh, yeah, he thought those Klansmen and Nazis were just as good as he didn't say that. He said something altogether different. He's talking about the people that don't want the past erased by destroying Confederate monuments. They say he hates the handicapped because he did this thing in a speech where
can I just
and turned out
I'm
to
gonna
die
I'll just say something.
that resulted in odd movements. I don't know that he even knew that, but it was proven that that's just one of his shticks.
The room. Okay. I want to let it go for a bit because there was something. You remember the last thing Pine Creek said before Price went on this long diatribe? Yeah, about how he didn't think Trump was necessarily a good role model because of certain things. I want you to know that at the end of this interview, after Price leaves the call, this is the bit that Pine Creek holds up as the example of giving pushback on Price. And says, well, maybe I think I planted a seed in and he actually says, I think I planted a seed in Price here of maybe he'll have some doubts now about Trump, whatever. Pine Creek.
He didn't want to plant any other seeds about racism.
Pine Creek. You dense motherfucker. You did not plant any seed of doubt in that man in Price's mind whatsoever. Stop stroking your own fucking ego.
He coddled that dude.
You
coddled
Jeff.
Trump
That was a soul
by the people.
That was just a soul
That's his idea of pushback.
By God. He was sent by God by his followers. And why he has so many followers is, well, it's unbeknown to me. The thing is, I've been speaking to a runner for the 2024 presidential run, and he can't spell, he can't grammar, he's an idiot. But this is American politics. And to believe in what, and Trump is exactly the same. He run America like one of his businesses, which all have failed, because he owes the whole world money.
And also, too, if you know anything about like his business with his father, his real estate stuff with his father, right? They've gotten sued
for stuff, right?
He's an egotistical prick that just loves the adoration. That's all he's there for.
Yeah,
he just loves being idolized by idiots.
But yeah, I just wanted to bring that out because that is like one of two examples Pine Creek is at the end of the stream. There's this and one other to come, which is his examples of having pushed back on Price in this interview. Do any of you view that as a pushback? What he said at the
there was no pushback at any point.
Exactly.
At any point.
I see him as an enabler, to be fair.
Yeah.
This
he's just enabling to talk shit and talk nonsense, make himself look. They both look like fucking ignorant fuckwits, as far as I'm concerned.
Again,
and Pine said he agreed with everything at the end.
Yeah,
when Price left, Pine said, "I agree with everything he said, except for about Trump and the insurrection." That is what he said.
Oh yeah, and that we haven't even got to that bit. But
sorry,
we haven't got to that fucking bit. But yeah, again, Pine Creek, if you listen to this stream, I'm going to ask you the question once again. Did you spit or swallow last night? Honestly.
That's what. Yeah, you know what? That's what I want to
Press
know
play,
now.
Esther. Press play.
Okay. Right. All right. Press play. So I had to go and check on the boys. Oof.
Just a
Okay.
fucker.
Yeah, no worries.
But it had nothing to do with this poor guy.
I'm gonna mute.
It's just lying repeatedly. Anyway.
But he's a bit of a narcissist, don't you agree?
They lied on Trump.
Look at what he's done for the country, and look at what Biden, who's a career criminal, is doing for the country. He's better. He's bought by China. His foreign policy is controlled by the graft he receives, and as it's been proven by Hunter's laptop from hell, but other stuff we already knew anyway. It baffles me.
Yeah, what is interesting, like prior to the election, that Biden's son's laptop was kind of just put under the rug or dismissed as whatever propaganda, but now it seems like there's substance there. And this gets to that whole thing about misinformation. You know, you got to censor misinformation. Well, the problem is 90% of people can say this is true, and the 10% who say this is false could be right. And so what is viewed as misinformation might actually be the truth. And so that's why we have to have, we shouldn't censor. Just one question I've asked people who despise Trump is, I'm the type of person who I think you should never love a politician nor hate them unless they do something really drastic. But I tend to ask them, how did Trump make your life worse personally? Like, don't talk about other people, just you. And I get, usually it's responses about Trump hurting their feelings or making them mad. Or I've had answers like, he's broken up relationships between me and my brother-in-law or something because we fight about politics. And then I will say things like, well, aren't there people who are pro-Trump and anti-Trump, family members who get along? It's your fault, not Trump's, that this division has been put in. And so they want to take personal responsibility and put it on Trump rather than themselves.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Such children.
What do you think of the Capitol riot?
You all notice. This is important. So, guys, did you notice how he just glossed over the things that was said about Trump, right?
Yep.
Pine Creek brought evidence showing what Trump had said, but he just completely just ignored it and then just carried on.
Yeah.
So, but now this is the best part. Well, not the best
he
part.
ignored it, and then Pine Creek did once again fail to hold into account on it. But
yikes.
But yeah, this is like the bit where this is the bit where
Steve.
up until this point, I mean, it has been bad enough up until this point, but this is the point where I was like, okay, Robert Price is no longer in touch with reality.
Okay,
Jeff, can I just ask you this? Do you think Pine Creek is just triggering him, or is he just as ignorant?
I think he is.
I think he's sucking him off. I'm sorry. I hate to keep using that.
I agree.
I think that's what he's done for this whole thing. I think
because why is he being spineless right now? Why is he not pushing back?
Yeah, he's
kind of making me mad at this point.
Let's hear this insurrection bit. Let's hear.
Family members get along. It's your fault, not Trump's, that this division has been put in. And so they want to take personal responsibility and put it on Trump rather than themselves.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. Such children.
What do you think of the Capitol riot?
Oh, that was a false flag operation. Those people that were told to go there were told by a guy who's an operative of the FBI as he was being denounced for that by the crowd at the time. Don't listen to this guy. But he's the one that's, we got to break in and so on. Just like the phony plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, it's been disclosed that in both cases, a number of the plotters were FBI assets. They were trying to create something that they could then overblow. And they shouldn't have done that, but it wasn't much of a big deal. They opened the doors to the place to let him in. They lied about a guy getting his brains beat out with a fire extinguisher. Later, it turned out it didn't happen. The only person that died was a Trump supporter who was shot in the back by a Capitol policeman. Unprovoked. This whole idea, this is worse than 9/11, this is worse than Pearl Harbor. Nobody could really believe that. They just must think the public is stupid enough to believe it. The fact that they hunted down all these people that they could find that were there, and some of them have been languishing in jail without a trial for all this time. How can this happen in America? You just have thuggery on the part of these people that just think Trump is the enemy. And because he's pursuing policies that are good for America. I know that sounds crazy. I never would have believed that would happen, but I don't know any other way to interpret this thing.
But there was a couple of thugs in the Capitol, though, too, right?
I'm not sure there might have been. I sure wouldn't be surprised. But like this guy
Oh,
with the
there
head,
might have been. What?
He didn't hurt anybody.
Whoa! Stop!
Whoa.
Jesus
Wait
Christ!
a minute.
There might have been.
Right.
Did he not see the footage of that day?
No, he didn't. Probably didn't. Probably went to sleep.
Or is it? Do you know? No, I mean, this whole I mean, this whole thing, right? That this was some sort of conspiracy by the left, right, or whatever, to and they, I mean, because now he's gone a bit further. He said that it's the FBI. Let's be honest. On the very day it happened, you had the right wing in America saying it was Antifa that started it.
Oh yes,
and
I remember that.
Yeah,
There's
and
people
here's
who
the
still
thing.
say that.
No, here's the thing. I can tell you what happened in space of 1 hour by following Kevin Sorbo's Twitter for an hour.
Oh, his favorite.
Because that was hilarious. And I think what Kevin Sorbo's Twitter basically is the thing of every bloody Trump is really speaks to every dim-witted Trumpanzee in America. Where they went in 1 hour from like, yeah, we're storming the Capitol, we're taking it back, the power back, blah blah blah. And then as it goes
even
on,
some people who were there who recorded themselves going into the Capitol.
And then as it's going on, they realise, with the way this is being reported,
the police. They're only doing their job.
They realise as this thing's going on, this maybe isn't going to play out as well in public opinion as they thought it was going to. So you had this big spectacle in 1 hour of Kevin Sorbo tweeting, yeah, we're storming the Capitol, to half an hour later, guys, please don't storm the Capitol, to half an hour after that, Antifa stormed the Capitol. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say Price. This is you're a historian. This is like a year and a half ago, and this is not hard to research. What the fuck? You're a qualified historian.
Again, he didn't want to research this. That's the problem.
Kevin Sorbo is a bell end.
Yeah, can I just remind you, Robert Price has got a PhD in history, and he can't work this shit out.
Okay.
When you're a Republican,
right,
that's the way you are. You're in a different frame of mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in a couple of minutes, to be honest. But
it's like supporting Trump, and this is probably why Trump was portrayed as the brother of Jesus, a God sent him, because this idiocy of religion just says, that indoctrination of Trump. He was an absolute fucking moron. The whole world could see he was an absolute moron. But Republican supporters could not see he was a fucking absolute moron. And this is a sad fate that a lot of these Republicans still face, and they will face it. And they'll always attack Biden. He's only 3 years older than Trump. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to jump off. Esther, thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't stay for the big crescendo with the really bad shit he's about to say in a minute. But I'll just sum up my thoughts. I said before, I had heard that Robert Price was had become a bit of an old crank. I didn't realise how bad he actually was till this interview. And he was a guy that I even considered platforming on my channel at one time. Definitely, that is out of the question hell. Absolutely out of the question. Because and I'm going to say again, in a lot of ways, I didn't have much of a frame of reference to Pine Creek because I'd never even knew of his existence 24 hours ago. But
Me either.
Is he like this with everyone he interviews? I don't know because he's
no, he's not usually.
terrible.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I think he works
This was
out the questions. I
terrible.
think he's triggering. I think he does
This
it to
is-
trigger
this-
people.
But this was terrible, and I'm not saying he should have been like totally hostile to Price, but he was just sucking him off for an hour and a
Yeah,
half.
calling toenails.
This is disgusting.
Calling
This is
toenails. That's all you see
absolutely
sticking out of Dr.
Pine-
Price's ass.
I'm sorry, Pine Creek was disgusting throughout this.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't help with all them Spider-Man at the back there. Just makes the whole thing.
I mean, it was he was just like he was just sucking up to Price the whole time. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely disgusting the way Pine Creek behaved during this whole thing, and then to have the nerve at the end of this to say that he gave any pushback on Price whatsoever and act like he's a big and he's and like, hey, I plant and to say have the nerve to say I planted some seeds of doubt in that man's mind. That no, you fucking didn't.
No, it didn't. So
Fucking
far, so
moron.
good. I haven't seen that.
I've never met Pine Creek. Fuck him.
Hey,
anyway, I'm sorry. I'm going to go off because I'm going to go on.
I just want to say to the chat, subscribe
See you later,
to
guys.
Jeff. He knows what
Godless Scummer.
He knows what he's talking about. Just subscribe.
Well, once again, thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you. Thanks for your time. Thank you. God bless
No
them. I
worries.
appreciate that.
Bye-bye.
I mean, what
Can I
stupid
ask a
hot
question?
energy? What stupid hot? Sorry, just what stupid hot saying says this puts a bit of a damper on the whole Jesus.
I hope not.
I could never say that word. Mysticist idea.
I know it's
Mysticist.
That's a word right there.
Mythicist. I hope not. I mean, I don't care either way if Jesus did or did not exist. It doesn't bother me. But
neither does it bother me. But some people it means a lot.
I still think
them.
it should be explored. I still think that it's still an idea that should be explored. So I hope people don't stop exploring the idea.
Not
But
because
I have a
of
question.
one person's views.
Do you think
go on.
Do you think that some of the reason that Pine Creek is being like lofting these little easy softball questions is because he wants Price to be like a repeat guest? Like he's hoping to grease a little wheel a little bit.
Pine Creek does not have a shortage of guests.
No,
he always would have people on his platform, as far as I know. So
what's the point of him not bringing back nothing? That's my question. What's the point of him
he agrees with him
accepting this? Probably.
Oh well, at least they put themselves out there for us all to see. So that's good. In a way, it's good.
It is.
Okay, let's see if we can get to the end of this thing.
Now, was that the worst of it, or does it get worse from here?
Oh no!
I don't remember now. I don't remember if there's. I don't. At this point, I don't remember. Okay, let's hear.
Whatever. I mean, a kook, but that's not really. Congress is full of them anyway.
Why do you think Trump lost?
I don't think he did. I am persuaded that the election was stolen and that the Supreme Court was chickened out. They wouldn't hear the case, and many of state governments wouldn't listen to the evidence Trump's lawyers were prepared to present. And even now, they're suppressing the results of this Arizona investigation.
Push back.
That's nonsense right there, that the election was stolen.
The election was stolen. I don't believe this.
They believe, you know, they push that the machines that came from I don't know, it's one of the South American countries, Colombia or wherever, were fixed. They demanded a hand count, which were counted, which basically made the machines irrelevant, and he still lost. And he's the only president ever to lose the popular vote twice, which makes you think when he first got elected, why was that? I mean, it's done on, I know it's done on states and whatnot. Was that correct? I mean, the guy lost the popular vote twice. No one wanted him in. Most of America did not want him in, but he won on a technicality of from the electoral college, whatever you guys call it. But no, you can't say it was it was hand counted. Hand counted. So the machines are irrelevant. So fuck you, Dr. Price, you idiot.
Look at stupid horse and stupid horse energy says he was talking about mail-in vote counters being manipulated at some point. I think that's about
and even then, Trump told all his followers not to vote using mail-in ballots.
Not to use the exactly.
How can he get mad about not winning like the mail-in votes when he told his followers not to do to vote mail-in ballots?
See, well, Trump used this get out of free COVID card with his magical mystery cure, which contained that whatever he was on, and a medicine that contained stem cells from fetuses. That was it. And he had COVID for 2 fucking days. Nobody has COVID for 2 days. I've had COVID and it lasts at least a week and a half. At least. And he brought up the this and that. But he threw that card in. So he couldn't blame COVID for the magical count that he lost out on. Trump is just an egotistical prick. That is the thing is about Trump is he doesn't retain the memory that anything he ever prints on the internet will be retained by some fucking media network or news or whatever, or anybody with intelligence will throw it back in his face. But he ignores all that because he knows Republicans are indoctrinated to a point where, you know, Trump is Jesus's brother. He actually stood on a driveway and looked up and said, "I was sent by God," because that's what the fucking people had told him. You sent by God, and he looked up and said, well, "Maybe I was sent by God." No, you're a fat idiot that wears a nappy. You're orange. You got a fucking.
Why is he orange? Why does he do that?
And
who
play
told him
golf
that color
every
good?
fucking
Who
day.
told him that?
You don't care about the people. You play golf every day.
Okay, can
the pillar guy? Look, the pillar guy, the My Pillar guy. Remember him?
Oh, that crazy dude.
Because they all have their fingers in each other's pies. They're all getting money from each other. They're all making money from each other, and that's why people. That's the thing about dodgy American politics. When someone actually does come in and care about the people, it's thrown out because the most people that count in America are the people that are making money from the government. as is your My Pillow guy. And I'm not saying that's just America, that's most of politics.
Everywhere. I think it's everywhere. Nearly
A
everywhere.
lot of people get, even Britain, if you get into politics, here, look at Tony Blair. He makes more money now than he ever did as the Prime Minister because he's a speaker. He's got they get onto these committees, they get onto these boards of governors of fucking companies, and that's the way it is. It's all about the money in politics. It's the way it is, and it's never about the people. But the people do come in between. Oh, we'll do this for you. We'll do that for you. So you'll vote for me. But none of that ever happens. Hardly. It's all bullshit. Well, politics is politics. It's a thing you never talk about.
Well, he keeps talking about it.
Yeah, he's been quiet over the Ukraine, though, hasn't he? Haven't heard a peep from that fucking orange prick. Surely he'd be. I would have thought he'd been on his pedestal, giving it all the big. Oh yeah, well let's bomb Putin. But he's in with Putin. We know that. But even Putin wouldn't shake his hand properly, would he?
Nope.
Even Putin thought Donald Trump was a prick, and that's saying something. When Putin thinks Donald Trump is a prick, then Donald Trump is an absolute prick because we know what the world thinks about Putin at the moment. But
okay, can we carry on?
Can we move?
Can we carry on?
Yeah, play.
Okay, good.
It just seems to me very clear that they don't want the trouble. I guess maybe that's the best reading. That like when Nixon lost to Kennedy, he said he won, but he didn't want to put the country through the rigmarole that followed. He challenged it. So that's one decent thing the Truth did.
But how would you come to the conclusion? Like you said, you think it was rigged or something. How would you come to that conclusion without actually seeing the evidence that it's suppressed?
Well, some of it I have. There is video footage of people stuffing ballot boxes. There's eyewitness testimony. Supervisors of the vote counters that say that they saw one of the counters with his computer connected to the internet, which was supposed to be impossible because that would allow for shenanigans. The timing in only but all of the swing states, Biden was about to lose until late in the process, and suddenly there's this flood of votes for him on the machines. And more than there were voters in some cases, actually in the areas. It just seems to me very clear. I mean, I don't know it absolutely, but it seems to me there is a real case for that. Of course, it's moot. Nothing will happen as a result of it, even if it's true. But I think, there's serious reason to think it just got ripped off.
Yeah, like for me, the biggest evidence that if I don't believe there was, like there's always going to be fraud, but the question is like to what extent. But to me, the biggest argument that Trump might have won is it was a 4 Sigma event, bigger than a 3 Sigma event. Like, I don't think any time in history has a sitting president got more votes the second time than the first time and still lost, right? And so that is a statistical amazement. But then one could argue that this was because of COVID, this was a very unique situation. We had mail-in ballots, and so people could mail in, and that's why Biden surged in the late hours because they were starting to open up the mail-ins. Have you heard that?
Not in that form, but I have heard that some of the shenanigans performed with the mail-in votes having been changed by the counters, just like old Bob Dole said in the Bush Gore thing. He said they're not counting votes in there; they're casting votes in there. And I kind of think that there's reason to believe that. Also, the voting of the living dead, the ballots that suddenly turn up in odd places, the ease with which these ballot receptacles out here, and they're like almost like mailboxes, could be stuffed with things. It just seems to me they made it sloppy using COVID as an excuse, which they'll try to do again this next time. I hope they can be headed off in the past.
Got a donation here. David Gore is wrong. Go find the article and read it for yourself. I'm not sure what this is referring to. Do you?
No.
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Jack Trades. How do you think Trump did handle COVID? Do you think is that maybe part of the reason why he lost? Because some of the conservative base thought that there should have been no such shutdowns?
I don't know. I've not heard that suggested, though that doesn't mean anything. I may not have happened to hear it. But I kind of doubt that because of the warp speed thing. The fact that he got 3 vaccines created in record time, that ain't bad. Though now, in retrospect, it looks a bit different because the vaccines may be poisoning people. I'm not competent to judge that, but there's serious doubts about it. And it's
Trump brought the vaccines.
as they are now, that they did no good and only crippled the economy. But even there, Trump was able to get the economy restarted afterward.
I mean, if I remember correctly, was Trump not going on about what's it called? What's that medicine called? Gosh,
Ivermectin?
no, no, not
The hydroxychloroquine.
that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Hydroxychloroquine.
And then
That's right.
somehow it's Trump who's brought these 3 vaccines on. Okay.
Well, Trump also
Now they're
promised that he
poisoning
would
us.
bring the cure, and he didn't, did he? It came from Pfizer, the Germans. It wasn't a cure. It was a
Just like for
vaccine,
protection.
a certain strain. Because
Mm.
don't forget, Esther, this week alone, Great Britain has had a new million plus cases of
Oof.
COVID-19.
Wow.
And
Mm-mm-mm.
this will go on forever. To be fair,
So it's
COVID
not
will
going
be the new.
anywhere.
COVID is another flu, and we'll be vaccinated every year for it. And
Mm.
Trump wanted to. He wanted that. He also wanted to. Because you only ever remember wartime presidents and prime ministers, etc. You only ever remember them. Churchill, Eisenhower, all them people who caused the war. Thatcher, the Falklands, Tony Blair, John Major. You remember them people.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump wanted to be one of them people. That's why he pulled his troops out of Afghanistan and out of Iraq. He pulled them away from Germany, which I think basically gave Putin his doorway open to the Ukraine, to be honest. But Trump pulled the troops back and withdrew them for that to cause this devastation that we have now in the Middle East and
Mm-mm-mm.
what's going on in Central Europe at the moment. And that's what Trump did. And
Mm.
he just wanted to be remembered as a wartime criminal. I mean, with that alliance with Israel he had was pathetic. For what they're doing to the Palestinians, I mean, they've annexed basically all the Palestinian land, and they really have. If you look at Palestine now, and you look at what Israel has taken of it, Palestine have got little pockets of land now. It's sad, and they're bombing them. I'm not against Jewish people or against Israel. I'm a person that the world belongs to us all. We should all be equal.
Exactly.
But this is. But I can't change the world. It's the way it is, and Trump caused a lot of that with his. But anyway, we're not talking about Trump. Who's Trump anyway?
No,
What
let's.
didn't he used to be an American
Mm-hmm.
president or something? I don't know.
Okay, let's
But
carry on.
at the end of the day, the world is the world, and we all need to take care of it because we're all fucked in
Yes.
about 50 years' time.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously,
Mm-hmm.
the way it is going, we've gone beyond saving it now. It's just a matter of extending it, to be fair. Extending it before because once that ice age hits, we're fucked. And it will hit. Because we've gone beyond global warming. We can't save it. Trump with his fracking. Oh, I want to do this fracking. That was banned in the UK, fracking. Because it causes earthquakes and it absolutely destroys the land that's around it. And so does lithium mining, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
There's a global demand for lithium because your phones, your Teslas, and everything runs on lithium batteries, and they're so trying to desperately change the genetic makeup of lithium from graphene to carbon or from carbon to graphene. I can't remember. I read it in an article. To make it last longer and make it more worthwhile, because the demand of lithium is not so dissimilar from fracking. They dig a big hole and they pump it full of brine or seawater, and then they just scoop up the lithium and leave the rest of the crap. But yeah, and it just destroys it. Environmentally, lithium mining is terrible, and we demand it. The whole world demands it. Watches, computers, laptops, cars now, and now cars, bikes, and vehicles, and trains, and lorries demand lithium, because in the UK by 2030 we can't use fossil fuels anymore. We have to go all electric.
Yeah, by 2030. Okay,
apart from your little rallies you have with your old cars, they're allowed to still run once or twice a year to do their little rallies and show off what they have, 1930s Ford or whatever. But the everyday car will have to be electric. That's less than 8 years. That's not long away.
2030. That's about 8 years from now, isn't it?
That's 8 years,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's carry on, okay? It's hopefully nearly done.
Fashion, but I don't know what was on people's minds vis-a-vis the COVID thing, but I do find it very difficult to believe that people could have taken a look at Biden with these stumbling Steve Brule-like presentations from his basement and preferred that to everything Trump had done. It just seems to me if this is just
crazy. Well, yeah, a lot of Democrats, I think, regret voting for Biden. It's obvious he's not all upstairs. But
it was already. I don't know how anybody could have considered voting for this.
Well, it was the lesser two evils. It's like I think a lot of independents might say, they just hate Trump and they just hate Biden less.
That's the total. You might be right, though.
I didn't know what that other super chat was about, but David Gore says, what about Trump's refusal to apologize about Central Park 5? Trump ran a full-page ad as a citizen calling for the execution of those teens. That's going way back, right?
Can you tell me any more about that? I don't recall that.
I think there's some thugs who Trump had some. How many years ago was this, David Gore? This is a long time ago, right? That there was some crimes committed, and Trump made some comment that these teens should be executed. And my guess is they're all black.
Well, they could be.
Thugs, they were innocent. What are you talking about?
I know this is really going to get me.
I know he didn't give any.
Trump will never apologize for anything.
Hang on, guys.
I think that, for instance,
no, guys. You guys were talking. You need to hear. This was important. What Dr. Price just said here. You guys need to hear this. Okay, right. Listen to this.
And my guess is they're all black.
Well, they could be South Moluccans for all I care, but I know this is really going to get me in hot water, hot lava. But I think the death penalty is way too sparsely enacted. I think, for instance, that rioters should simply be shot down as they used to be. But now
bro, what?
Rioters.
I'm
rioters. Let him finish. Let's let him finish. The rioters need to be shut down. So the death penalty is not. He wants more of the death penalty. Okay, let's carry on. Let's hear him.
And that's another reason I suspect our society is doomed. You have, like the rabbis said, don't be too quick to try to eradicate the evil inclination that everyone has, because without it, you're not going to have the will to do what you must do with invading enemies, with murder.
I want to get back to that other thing you said about, you believe writers should be shot down. Is that what you said?
Yes, I sure do.
Yeah, like I share with you your aversion to, like, if people own a business and thugs come in and destroy it, like, they should be punished. But do you actually think they should die for it?
Yes, they're asking for it. You see, this is where it's the clearest.
Stop.
Did I hear him correctly?
Yes, you did.
Yes, you
did.
This guy is not
now,
an atheist.
We need to just.
He's not. No.
This guy is not an atheist.
In fact, they were wrong convicted. What is he talking about?
He's just quoted Jewish scripture to
if
justify.
This man is an atheist, I'm the next pope. That's it.
Yeah, Denise is right. I'm sorry, but this guy has just quoted
He's an I
scripture
swear, he's an
to
atheist.
justify
I don't
his
believe it.
position on killing
people.
People
Comply or die.
Yeah,
I would not be
basically,
surprised.
The Old
if-
Testament. He's just created the Old Testament.
Can I make a point? He
Yes,
sounds
please.
he sounds exactly like Yahweh.
Yahweh
Do it this way. He's like Noah in the flood.
Exactly as barbarian.
He is not an atheist. He is a theist.
They're all bad. Even the kids, they're all bad. Because I think he even asked them, even the kids. I'm sorry, I think he says that.
Gosh, let's hear the rest. There's still a bit more to. Ooh, my, this is bad.
And in a war, you don't stand idly by and watch the enemy's depredations. Regretfully, you have to shoot them. And that is what's happening here. We're in a war situation, and these people are the enemies of civilization. Now, we can go down with a ship, congratulating ourselves on how compassionate we are, but that's where we're going, down with it. I know this will never happen. It's just armchair theorizing. My opinions will mean.
But then, aren't we just as bad?
Not.
Aren't we just as bad as like the radical Muslims who just want to, cut the hands off thieves and chop heads off people who commit crimes? Like, maybe this is just my Mennonite background coming through, but I'd get a big helicopter and just throw down a big net and just net them up and then put them in jail cells until they cool off. Fine them or jail them.
You know what would happen? They'll all be let go without bail and all this stuff. It seems to me that is just, there's a Star Trek episode. I love the poster that said everything I ever needed to learn. I learned from Star Trek. There's one where Captain Kirk is split during the transporter beam, and he becomes a sort of Jekyll and Hyde. The bad Kirk, who is a little more than a savage, and the good Kirk, who is a wimp. And they're on the eve of war with the Klingons, and the weak Kirk is nonetheless has the intelligence to pilot the ship and command the ship, and but he's indecisive. What should we do, Mr. Spock? Captain, your time's running out, and he's like Jimmy Carter suddenly. And the thing is that's where we are headed, a kind of dithering. Like morality has gone decadent in the wrong direction. Now we are super moral.
Yeah, when you compare your worldview to Star Trek, you're fucked, man.
I don't know. Like, I think a lot of these writers, who I strongly disagree with, I don't think any writing should be happening. But a lot of these are kids.
I don't care.
Who are just stupid.
They're bad. I mean, look.
There we go.
Guys.
That's it.
And I fucking tell
Just
you.
There we go.
I'll be back in a sec. Just carry on talking.
I told you that.
So I think he exposed himself. Yeah,
right?
He don't care
His
about
whole ass.
care.
He just stood up and went. Here's my booty.
I said, if people like him could just be more honest about their douchebaggery, good.
Yeah,
Now I know who to stay away from.
Hello, I'm douchebag. Pleased to meet you.
Right.
If life could be so easy for us, right? I think that we'd probably walk around feeling a little more safer if everybody we saw like, oh shit, I'm gonna Can
I change my point of view? Is I'm not a racist too. I'm not a speciesist, but
what the hell?
This guy is a fucking douchebag. He's
terrible.
What we would call him in the UK probably is a waste of sperm.
And you'll be absolutely correct about that.
That education to get his PhD was obviously over the top.
No, he's a waste of the sperm, the egg, the everything. Whatever hospital pumped them out, they are wasted their time too.
At the end of the day, he doesn't come across as a stupid person.
Sorry. Oh, gross.
I wonder who is going to get the guns to shoot these kids.
Right?
Is Dr. Price going to lead the way?
Yahweh. Is Yahweh going to send angels?
Yeah, because you know he talks a big game, but he talks a big game. You know he's not going to go out there going blazing.
He does not come across as a stupid
person. I cannot take this as monkey anymore.
He has shown he is nothing but a racist, a bigot,
everything.
He holds prejudice.
This is one of the things I don't need my camera on because like my head's coming close to exploding.
Everyone is. I mean, look, Steve McRae manager has been since we started. And look, he's had enough. And I don't blame anyone because this
Same
is too much. We want to shoot kids. We want to shoot the rioters, shoot the kids, just shoot everyone.
Steve,
God.
come into the chat and have your say, mate. Come into the chat and have your say.
You should have asked him about that kid that went to the riot and shot people. I bet you he would have. I bet you he's probably donated to that Kyle kid.
Yeah, he should have gone to prison.
Right?
Forever.
Well, he's a free. He's free now, isn't he?
State.
Yeah,
he's free now.
Over a whole state with a fucking assault rifle, sniper with a sniper fucking lens on it.
And his
he
mom
got
should
down
be put away
and
too.
bedded down like a sniper to fucking pick off people.
Melissa, like, because how did you as a parent allow your child to go out there?
Right? She drove him.
I think it should be more. I think it should be more on the mom. It's anything because like she drove him. Number one, number two, like why are you allowing your kid in a place where they're rioting and stuff? Why would you allow that? Who does that?
Exactly.
Well, it's nearly. This is
I'm
nearly
not a
over.
parent. Call me crazy, but who does that?
Nah, I would never ever support a thing like that. Never. Let's hear. I think it's nearly over.
Rehabilitate them, and it doesn't matter. They're on the battlefield fighting for the wrong side. We didn't ask them to go out there.
But some, like, I'm sure there's adults today, like, some of them might be listening right now, who look back when they were 18 and saying, I did a lot of stupid things. But now they're great contributors to society.
It's a different scenario. I doubt if they were all rioters and arsonists. And if they were, they're just lucky they survived it by the skin of their teeth. But you can't approach that like, should I shoot that Nazi?
So now they're Nazi?
Rocket scientist or something. You can't do that. You can't know that. They have put themselves in a deadly position. And you can't just be a wimp and let them out of it, but your civilization is at stake. Things will get much worse, and it'll be thanks to us limp-wristed, bleeding hearts.
But how do you? I understand what you're saying, but and I do empathize with you because I really hate it when people work their lives for something and then.
What do you need to ask them?
Yeah, good point. But I guess one could take your philosophy there and apply it to just anybody during the Capitol riots to shoot them dead, right?
Well, they weren't violent. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Violence.
I can imagine his breath smells like garbage.
Did you guys
all that nonsense coming out of it?
Yes, he said it.
No, wait, hang on. He's just talked about these people being on the wrong side and how we need to shoot rioters, right? Because they're on the wrong side. And he's asked the question, what about the rioters on January the 6th? Then hear what he has to say. This is just crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
No.
He's unhinged, honestly.
It is. And it just goes to show when people align themselves with a group or a political party or an ideology or a religion, and they're not ready to listen to any other ideas, and they think, okay, it's our way is right, we've got it all, it's here, this is where it's all happening. The things they can do to the other people who don't align with them, this is where it gets disturbing.
So they were a hostile force in a government building.
Ask
you
it.
know how you guys were saying that y'all wasn't sure if you guys weren't sure if he was an atheist or not? Yes. I think this man is in a religion. This man, his religion is his political vote at this point.
He's a religion.
That's his religion.
Ask that question.
Through and through.
That's his religion.
I had to ask that question. By the time I watched this, I was thinking, hey, is he an atheist? I could not work it out.
Can Trumpism be a religion?
Yeah, that's religion. I'm calling it.
You just need to put your red hat on, and here you go. They've even got the hat.
Or Republicanism, because I know even here we have a two a two-party government. I believe it's mainly the third party is quite close, Liberals, but we've got Labour and Conservative, and it's normally them two that one of them two that run. It's mainly Conservative because they're the best at doing it, to be honest. But can that actually become an absolute religion? I don't think it can.
There is a religion at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Only to a deluded mind, I think it can become a religion.
Yeah.
Press play, Esther.
Okay. It's nearly. I think we're going to try and wrap this up soon. Mm-hmm.
Oh
But
my
the only
goodness,
person
my
who got
brain.
killed was a Trump supporter by a Capitol policeman.
The only person who got killed was a Trump supporter by a Capitol policeman. Okay, let's hear the rest.
But weren't like a couple other police officers killed there too?
Yeah,
Could be
I
wrong.
think two.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
let's
it's not
just
just the
hear.
one person.
Okay, the rest. Sorry.
You pull the trigger. Like, do they have to set the fire first and then you shoot, or is it just they are in the area?
Well, if they're active in what's going on, destroying stores, torching police cars, that's enough. This is the kind of thing that cannot spread, but it did spread because the police did nothing.
Yeah.
You can feel happy as you go gently into that good night, taking civilization with you, but I want no part of it. But again, this might as well be a game of Risk or something because my opinions carry no weight. I'm just, theorizing from the armchair.
See, and I think I've been on record of saying that crime would go down by 50%, poverty would go down by at least 50% if every child born was born of two committed parents who want the child.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of these problems, social problems that we're having, stems back what we were talking about earlier about having a nuclear family who want their children. I had a friend who worked as a jail guard, and I asked him what percentage of the people in jail came from foster homes, basically unwanted children. They said, the vast majority.
Mm.
And I think people on the left and the right are all agreed that we should, if you're going to produce children, want them and love them and care for them. And I think a lot of these problems that we're talking about will just take care of itself.
I think you're right.
Yeah. And I hope the left agrees with what I just said. And that way we
Okay,
can
so
all come
can we
together
agree
and try
on
to help
like
make society
birth
better.
control and abortion?
So that's my bridge building right
Right.
there.
Sex education,
Okay.
and can we agree on that?
CRT, can
I
we?
think
Yeah.
that's it, guys.
Stuff like that.
Oh,
That's it. Oh,
well,
Jesus Christ.
they're coming to a close. It's there's not a lot left to be said. You've heard the most of it. Apparently, what they're trying to say, what Doug is trying to say is, the families that have a loving mom and dad go on to do great things. They go on to be the productive members of society.
I didn't have a loving mom and dad.
Neither did.
I had
Well, I had a loving mom. I had a loving mom.
I had a loving mom.
My
and a father who
parents
didn't care
hated
about
me.
but
Disowned me.
I had a loving mother, so there's that.
Well, I like what Solomon Alexander's saying about cult being a good word, because you know me, Esther. I've always said religion is a hate cult. And fundamentalists will call us pedophiles and baby eaters. And I would like to. I was on a stream the other night with student Dr. Ben, who I'm going to steal this from.
Oh, I like student Dr.
From him and from her, and say, well, we're not hatred at all. Have you seen? We're not pedophiles. Have you seen the price of baby meat?
Oh God!
Which I think was a quality joke. Baby
on,
meat is too expensive for atheists to eat.
And Jerome, I saw you in Pine Creek's chat. You were going in. I could see Jerome type, because I was looking to see how are these people in the chat right now taking all this thing? How are you taking it in? That people are agreeing to all this? Hey, Gosh.
He called me
That's it.
out on the live stream because I
Oh,
was
did you now?
yeah, because I kept saying stuff about I was trying to say like you're not addressing the, like systemic issues behind like why things are the way they are. So I put some things in all caps, and so he was like,
Oh,
he
yeah. Was
was
it
like,
you? Who put it all
yeah.
caps?
So he says,
That was
fantastic on the left hand.
Oh, that was you. Oh, my
Wondered him. I
goodness.
for you shift. I never use cap locks, but that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Some people can like be ambidextrous like that and hold shift down, but no worries, pal.
No, I've always heard that some people get some content creators get bothered about caps or no caps. Listen, I don't care. I just don't care. When we start worrying about caps or no, come on, man.
I'd like to say I actually have a friend who types in all caps because they can't see very well, and so it's easier for them to see what they're saying in all caps. So
I can't see
who am
very
I
well.
who am I to
I
like?
ordered
cares?
20 litres of hoisin sauce off of Amazon. I only wanted 2 litres.
Oh man.
20 litres. Oh, fair enough, I'll give 5 of them away. But I need hoisin sauce recipes.
Hoisin sauce.
Well, I get it for barbecues in the summer, and I do my little hoisin bits and a couple of meals. I do the duck. I do the chili hoisin and but I've got 10 and a half litres of this shit left, and I don't know what to fucking do with it. My missus went mad.
Yeah, we did.
I just got
Jerome, we just did.
And kids, he said, and kids. It doesn't matter.
Anyway.
So, sorry guys, I'm just having a little.
Couldn't answer live chat, Rion. You should answer personally on screen. Didn't do it on
anyway,
because writing can be so. Well, the Bible is proof how it can be how written word can be interpreted and diagnosed. Let's say. So you should just say what you mean.
Okay, so we're going to round this up now, and I'm going to let all of you, after we've done 3 hours more of
Thank
this.
you for letting me hijack.
No,
Right.
Rian, no. I have honestly enjoyed having you on here, and please come back for more, because we do talk on things that are not so pleasant sometimes, and just we try to give it a little mix of different things, and I'm sure your voice would be very, very very good. I'm very I would love to hear more of what you have to say, and you can type in caps in the chat. Okay.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You are absolutely welcome. So just after watching all of that, what are your thoughts? Just let's round this up with your thoughts.
As far as I'm concerned, I feel like this was immediately going to go wrong, and it did. And the reason I say that is because as soon as the live stream started and the way that he was letting people ask questions, he was reading racist statements on the camera that people were saying in the stream. Yeah, I'm telling you, have to go just listen to the way they made it. Did we see the Michelle Obama jokes? I'm not sure, but
no, I already.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I saw that.
But yeah, I could just tell. I just got this feeling like this guy wants this to happen. I don't understand why. But he's thinking this is going to be great. Like he's going to let the circus like burn down. That's the only feeling I got, and that's exactly what happened. So I don't know why. I have no, because if this was to help Price, it absolutely just
made him look worse.
It really did, because like, for people like, Derek, who's, I feel bad he lost a friend and everything, and now has to deal with this.
Yes,
like I feel so bad. I do feel bad for Derek. I really do. I understand that like he cares about this person, but having people with thoughts like this, like he doubled down, and I think Derek was like, oh, okay, Now I see, because I'm sure they only talked about Bible stuff because they love that. They could talk about that for hours.
Yes.
And now he's been hit with the fact of like, oh, like he really does feel this way about stuff, and that's not healthy. Like it's not healthy to be a zealot like that. I mean, he can do whatever he wants to with his friendship, but as far as continue to platform, I'm so proud, and I think we should make sure we support him.
Oh yes,
in that
absolutely.
decision, because that was, I'm telling you, that shook the shit out of me, because I was like, oh, okay, here we go, not surprised. And then he was like, skirt, skirt, skirt. No, actually, I don't want to continue to platform it. And I was like, wow, like that is a man. Like that is what I want humans to be. Sorry, that's a human being right there.
And of course, they talk about cancel culture. I don't support cancel culture, but listen, after hearing all of this, I think it's time for Dr. Price to go back and rethink. And in my opinion, some of these people, it's hard to change their mindset. It's really hard. Imagine you've gone all your life.
Pine interviewed Pine. I'm sorry, somebody, my friend Queen has even said that. It's stuck in my head.
Pine Creek.
Pine Creek. I'm so sorry. That was oopsie. Pine Creek. I don't even know what I was. I don't know what I was saying now. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Oh God, I'm tired. Oh, I'm sorry.
Doug, you're going to say something? Let's hear your last words.
I had a lot to say. I'm sorry, guys. I may have bored you, but what I thought of the video was, well, Price was, you know, he was the same as Pine. They were both, you know. Price said, you know, I'm not a racist, but that was it. I'm not. And then he listed off racist. I'm not
a good racist. Exactly.
I'm not
well behaved.
I'm not transphobic, but I've got transphobic friends, this and that. He was basically that guy. He was basically the theist. And Pine was the same. Pine said, I'm not a Trumpist, but I know he didn't say that, but that's basically how he came across. They were both in the same zone of each other. Jeff was right. They cooked each other's balls. Let's just say that.
Yes. And the fact that these are atheists, right? These are atheists, and we shouldn't say because they're atheists we should ignore these things, or we shouldn't call these things out. You know, no, we need to, I'm not sure if everyone on the platform here is atheist. I am, but you know, you can't just hear these things and just turn a blind eye. No.
But, Price is not an atheist. He's a theist. He holds the same discrimination as what is held in the Bible.
He's Yahweh.
And even then, it's like, what's the...
You're exactly right. He holds them thoughts as a theist would. He's discriminative. He's bigoted. He's a bigot. His prejudice is just impossible, and he tries to disguise it, but he doesn't disguise it.
No way.
You can see his hatred in his speech. He is a hateful man, and you know he's an incel. He's got all them Superman fucking statues. What's that all about? I mean, they're obviously not collector's items because they're all out the fucking box. So there's some sort of fucking obsession there with him trying to be some sort of fucking. He's nothing but the world. I'll give him that. He is the Superman of bigots and pricks. He is that guy. That's me done. Thank you, Esther.
Okay. You're absolutely welcome.
I've been on with Denisha before, but I've never been on with you before, but I love what you have to say. Thank you.
Absolutely. Denisha?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, what do I have to think about? What do I have to say about this guy? I don't. Like Dog
Something.
said, what? Ain't no. There's no way this man is still a Christian because he holds like all the same hatred and stuff. And what's the reason? What's the reason? I,
hmm.
that's what I'm stuck on. Just why? Why any of this? And did he? And I'm still not over the whole shooting kids. Why? But yet,
Right?
but yet, when it came to the Capitol rioters, suddenly nothing to say.
No, they weren't
I
violent.
just
They weren't violent. No.
right.
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
They were
I just
very
Mm-mm.
nice. Please let
Yeah,
me in the Capitol
they were
building,
nice.
sir.
Oh no, it was they let them in. They let them in.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Mm.
To
Oh
a
well.
point.
So for me, all I would say is I try to be as open and accepting of people and just try to listen to people. But this was completely out of order. It was Pine Creek. I do love Pine Creek, but
He should fuck for.
I don't know. After listening to this, I'm a bit iffy. Mm, I don't know. Well, as for Derek, I'm a mod in Derek's what you call it in myth vision, and I'm proud of him for
Me too.
taking that step to say I am no longer going to be platforming this gentleman. Apparently, these people have been calling this man out for a long time, and it's just, people just ignored it and just thought, okay, he's doing well for the atheist community. He's, doing all this research and all these talks. But now I think at this point, let's call a spade a spade.
Right.
He is what he is. And
How
no, we really are trying as people to try and dispel most of these ideologies, and we can do better as people. We can. How do you sleep at night wanting to shoot kids? How do you sleep at wanting to shoot people who riot? Rioting is how change is affected. People, when people come together and riot, that means they're trying to get a voice across. They're trying to say something. Just the way and the manner in which they go about it can be questionable. But come on now, why would you want to shoot at rioters? And you want the death penalty? You just
not all the
listen.
time, Esther.
Eh?
These dudes
Some of
think
them are
that
just
rights
after
just got
free
handed
stuff.
to us. These
Some of
guys
them are
thinks
after
that
free stuff and looting. But I agree with you with Pine. I never will understand. Was he just asking triggering questions, or is he the guy who he is?
Oh, did you
And
guys hear? Sorry to interrupt. Before I lose my train of thought, did you hear Doug saying the people who are trans were doing it for to be recognized, to be
yeah, attention or
Oh
seeking
something.
some kind of
God.
attention seeking, right? He's saying that some of these
Yep.
kids are transitioning because they might be seeking attention.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, that's terrible. That's
well,
that's just gross.
I see it as a
Pine
new
Creek,
movement. Get
no.
used to it, people.
Mm,
Trans
mm,
people are
mm,
the
mm,
up
mm.
and coming future,
I
and I'm
tell
happy
you,
with that.
absolutely. Can you imagine someone transitioning? You think they're doing it for uh Pine Creek. Pine Creek can do better. No. Oh, we've got
He
Brain
needs to do
Bug.
better.
Hey, Brain Bug. Hello. Okay, guys. Oh, thank you very, very much. Oh, Brain Bug. Do you want a trans person in there? I can come in. We're just
Oh,
closing.
Brainbug's cool. I'll
He is
go
cool.
another
I
10
think
minutes.
you
Go
know
another
what?
10
I
minutes.
can I can let Brainbug come in and just he can just say his last bit and we'll bring it to a close. Why not? Let's have
Yeah.
a trans
And one
person
Brainbug.
come and
Cool.
speak. Oh, he's adorable. He is. Brainbug is.
He's a freak. He's a creepy, crawly guy.
Who? Oh,
A
yes.
bug in my brain.
He's got all the bugs at
Spiders
home.
and
Oh,
roaches and whatnot. And
I think I
what
have
was
a bug
killed.
in my brain.
a bug in your brain. After listening to all of this, right?
Yeah, I'm itching. Gotta itch. I want to itch my brain out after. I want to itch my ears from
Rainbow's
hearing it.
awesome. He freaking
Here comes Brain Bug. Yes.
Hello. So
Hello,
I
Brain Bug.
just disclaimer: I did not watch the whole thing. I couldn't sit through Price. I can't deal with that right now emotionally. But I did
Good.
watch some clips.
Save yourself the trouble.
I'm so disappointed in Pine Creek. I thought Pine Creek was an ally. Some of the things that Pine Creek had said about trans individuals has changed my mind about Pine Creek completely. Also thought Pine Creek came across kind of maybe not a racist, but a racist apologist.
yeah, I think Pine Creek is going where the money is.
Right. Well, I went over to, but I didn't get to watch the actual discussion. So I went over to Digital Gnosis where they were doing like an after show thing where people were coming in and talking to Pine Creek, and there was somebody come up there and they were discussing. It was kind of funny. It was 3 white men sitting up there discussing under what circumstances it was okay for them to say the N-word. That it was okay for them to say that. There's no circumstances.
I haven't watched
None.
that.
None.
I haven't watched that. I didn't see
even
that
then,
bit.
it's like,
yeah, it was in a. I mean, it was part of a. I guess whoever was coming on to challenge Pine Creek, it was part of a thought experiment that they laid down. But when it came down to it, their decision was that it's only a problem if the person you're saying it to has a problem with it. If it's
Isn't that a push forward that we actually call it the N-word?
Right.
Right. The fact that you guys still can't say the full word out, that should tell you something.
I'm happy to say I've got friends I'll call a nigger. but he's happy with that. Well, sort of thing. He calls himself that. I'm just a dope nigger, he says. But I've got no compunction.
I mean, I
with the
say it,
word
but then
at
again,
all. It's a word.
I don't
And
say it. I
there's
just
no
don't.
reference on what I think of the person, and he knows that.
Yeah, but even then, I do not use that word. It's not in my.
Exactly.
It's
That's
not
what I'm
in
saying.
my.
Isn't that a push forward that we don't use that word anymore?
Rainbug, you were still speaking.
But I don't think we should even say it at all. I think we should just stick to the N-word and not even just repeat it.
Yeah, that word doesn't come out of my mouth, but
no, it doesn't. Even me. I mean,
just because the historical stuff that's attached to it, not because I'm afraid I'm going to offend somebody in real time. It's because when you use that word, it's sorry, I'm going to get into a rant here. It's a hearkening back to a time when that was used to designate one group of people underneath another one. So it's archaic language. It's like calling someone a serf. It degrades their position in society. It's pointless. Anyway, that's my piece on that. The only other thing I wanted to say was that I with Dr. Price, you kind of know what you're going to get when he comes on to talk about social issues. There was really not going to be any way around it. But Pine Creek's who I'm most disappointed in, and using quoting Aaron Ra to as the muse for your transphobic statements is disgusting. And I don't think Aaron Ra is going to be on board for that. All right, that's my piece. That's all I wanted to say.
I must say you're looking really good, Brainbug.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that hair.
Oh wow, I know.
Just got my hair done.
That haircut, yeah.
You know what? I think we need to have you sit down with Dr. Price and what's his name, Pine Creek. A proper conversation.
I think there's better people than me to talk about trans issues, though. Just say it.
All right.
Because right now I'm still at the very early transition, and it is the emotions of it are very close to the surface, and then hormone treatments and stuff cause further emotional issues. I don't think I'm going to state where I should be talking to anybody who's transphobic, which is a problem because most people who I engage with are very supportive of trans rights and they're activists, so they're always engaging in it. So it's in my feed nonstop. But I get to see my awesome warrior friends out there setting the record straight. So there are people I would recommend to sit down with Pine Creek or whatever about this, but I would not want to be that person.
Right. Oh well, I must commend you. I must commend you for living your truth. I know it cannot be easy. A lot of people want to tell you that no, you're not valid, but here, all of us here, we all we support you. We ride with you, and we yeah. What are the words? I haven't got the words for it, but I hope you understand what
I
I
know
am
you're an
trying to
ally,
say.
Esther. I know you're an ally.
Yes.
I know Dog's an ally. I've just met you other two individuals here, but it's nice to meet you.
They are allies. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. But yeah, and to think the thought that someone would go through this for attention. This is
kids for that matter.
I'm trying to kill myself, so I'm to put that out there. I'm
Especially in
not
places
proud
where
of
they
it.
can be arrested or killed for that.
Right. That's what people want.
Can I just clarify that my friend, I sound like fucking Price. Okay. Well, my friend, his name's Dave. Disco Dave, his name is, but he insists on me calling him the N word when he's being a daft prick. Well, I suppose that's a personal thing, really.
Of course, it is personal.
I suppose that's just between
you and him.
Him and
Yes.
his close friends.
And
But
just
as I say, I'm still not afraid to use it in front of him.
even
But
me. I mean,
I wouldn't use it in front of others. Of course, I wouldn't.
I mean, I'm like
to
still
clarify that I'm not a racist. I've got black friends, but
yeah, I've got black friends.
I'm not going to go down that road. But I'm just saying that I'd just like to clarify that. That's a personal thing between our group. Let's say.
I'm glad you clarified that.
There's actually 3 black guys involved with. Who
I'm
don't
glad you
care
clarified that because some people would hear that and think oh, Doug just said N-word.
Yeah, I've got a black friend.
Somebody will
but
flip that word out. Somebody will flip that phrase out.
He insists that we call him that, but that's just Dave. That's just the way he is. I don't like calling it, but he insists on it. He calls it himself. Well, I'm a stupid N-word. He says, "Forget what I said." That's one of his things he said because he is a bit of an idiot. To be fair, black people are stupid. Oh, I'm just digging the grave. Anyone got a shovel?
That we're going to cancel Dog.
Brainbug?
Let's cancel Dog.
Brainbug.
Yeah.
Brainbug, I need to contact you about coming to teach us about evolution. Yeah. There was someone in the chat who just tonight asked me a question. Do I believe in evolution? Because I can't remember what the comment was.
Can I just real quick? Because people always say believe in evolution. It's not believe in evolution. It's understand evolution because it's not something you believe in. It's something we observe that we have a name for.
I'm going to try to use that if I can remember.
Yeah, it's basically wordplay to say when someone asks if you believe in it because they're putting it on the same belief platform as like a creationist, like someone who believes in creation. Yeah.
But it's not a belief you could prove it.
Right. Once it becomes knowledge, right?
Insects shed their skin.
What's that?
How many insects shed their skin?
All of them.
Oh.
That's cool. That is so cool.
I'm an insect.
They call it.
We shed skin too, don't we? We shed skin.
We do, yeah.
We shed skin.
They shed all theirs all at once, though. They take it off like
no, not all at once. Of course not.
That would be kind of cool, though, wouldn't it?
We call it dust.
Oh, dust to dust, ashes to ashes.
Yeah,
So that's just
that's
creep.
what getting ashy is. Really, is your skin shedding off. You know, when we get.
Oh, that's what that is.
So
Yeah.
I will contact you. We follow each other on Twitter, so
Yes.
we'll sort that out, and we can do lecture, not lecture, 101, class 101, or introduction to um evolution. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so did you all review the entire stream, even the bit before? No, we didn't. We didn't touch that bit at all, Jerome. We did not touch. We only started up the stream at the point where Dr. Price came in, and even then, we didn't even finish. We I think we got to the last bit of it, but wow, we didn't. I still haven't watched the bit after Dr. Price left, and that's something I think I need to go and watch later on. So anyway,
My
guys,
brain has enough.
well, for tonight, yes. Guys, thank you all very much. Please, if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. Rion, have you got a channel where you speak on things, or?
Yeah, I do. I'm called Plastic. I can type
Oh,
it
you're
in the.
Rion, why did you say so since? I didn't know you. Listen, all this time you've been chatting here, I didn't know you were called Tasty.
Oh, I don't know.
Why
No,
don't
you
you
don't.
post it and we'll
her.
follow? Post it and
Right.
we'll
I
follow.
didn't know it was her.
She was hiding.
Yeah.
There we go.
I keep my
Wow.
low profile so that way the XJWs don't get. I mean, the JWs don't get me. I'm just kidding. No, but it really
Okay.
does help with that. So.
All right, guys, thank you all very much. And listen, we can all do better. We can all do better. If you're a closeted
Absolutely.
Dr. Price, listen, I think the world has evolved. The world is evolving, and we can do better as people.
He's
We
stuck
don't
in his
have to.
history major.
Sorry?
He's stuck in his history major.
That's a shame. That's a shame. That's a. Well,
now
guys,
now
thank
I'm
you
wondering
all.
where he got his degree from. Sorry.
Oh, people will
That's
start
a
going to go and
question.
investigate now. Everyone would.
He's too old to be another Hitler.
No. But then think about it. He's still got a very strong following. There's people that are going to go in his DMs and say, yes, we ride with you. We support you. We're here for you. You spoke my mind. Yes.
Because
We want to shoot kids.
unfortunately, Esther, the world is full of prejudice. You know, prejudice in this planet is incredibly high, and it always will be until people wake up and start accepting people. I don't want to say we should start thinking like children, but as I said, I've always said children don't have these prejudices. They don't have.
No, they don't.
They don't have these racial tendencies. They don't have, religion in their lives. They're just children. They want to fucking ride their bikes and bounce on their space hoppers or play their PlayStations or whatever they want to do. That's all they want to do. And I'm not a racist because I have black friends.
I'm not transphobic. I don't want to say the rest. No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not going to say it.
I'm not transphobic. I accept anyone, whoever they are. If they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. They're being
I think for me, it's just the condescending. It's the condescending manner that when they say I've got trans friends and that means I can't be trans. Hello.
Yeah, that's
so what?
I see people who they are. If they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. Simple as that. If they're horrible to me, I'll be horrible to them. I won't I don't discriminate against anybody, whatever, whoever they are. I will fuck them up if they try fucking being horrible to me. I will give them as much shit as they give me. But normally, people are nice, and except Republicans in America, they're fucking horrible.
Anyway,
people are nice and treat them as that.
It's nearly.
What they are.
We've been here for nearly 4 hours. Whoa, whoa,
Worth
whoa.
it.
That's the longest.
4 hours.
Well, it was worth it. It was worth it. Yes, it was worth it. And guys, thank you all very much for coming to have this conversation. I appreciate each and every one of you for lending your voice. And please let us carry on this conversation. Let's carry on having these live streams where we just let's talk. I enjoy this because to me, I don't know many things. I really don't know. I'm still learning because I'm a fairly new atheist, and got a little platform here, and just some of you have been atheists longer than myself, and some of you share things that, especially when it comes to politics, I have no clue when it comes to politics. I'm just very clueless, and so yes, let's carry on these conversations. And brain bug evolution, yes, we shall have that
Let's do
conversation
it.
soon. Yes. All right, guys. Good night, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow's Friday. Yes. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, all. Good night.
Good
Do you all want to join me
night.
Thanks
tonight?
for
My
having me
show starts
on.
at 7.
Sorry. Say that again. Say that again. Coltastic.
I have a show starting at 7, so in a half hour I'll be live on Biddy
Okay.
Buddha channel with my
Post the
show.
link. Post
Biddy
the link,
Buddha.
Leon.
Okay.
Post the
Yeah.
link.
Okay.
Don't forget,
Let me make
Esther.
a.
Don't forget,
Let me
we're
make
in the community.
Coltastic.
Oh.
Let me make you a mod so you can. Yeah. What am I doing? 1 second. Let me make her so you can put the link in there. What am I doing? No, it's not letting me. No, it's not letting me do it.
I'm sorry.
She's not letting me do it.
There's always one that's trouble, isn't there, Esther?
I got
Is
it.
it because? Hang on. Why is that?
Joking.
Wait, hang on. Let me try something again because it should be really easy to do it. But for some reason. Oh, that's what it was. I was using my son's account. I'd logged out of my own account because I'm wondering why can I not get in? Why can I not add her?
There's
Here
the
we
link.
go. Now, there we go. That's it.
Oh no, I'm not
Done.
Biddy. I'm not Biddy Buddha, but she's trying to create like an atheist agnostic type platform. We discuss all like sorry, somebody just asked a question, Drew. So I was just explaining. I'm Ryan and she's Biddy, but I'm on her channel. We're doing like a collaboration kind of thing.
I've made you a mod, so can you put it in the chat? Coltastic.
Yeah, I did. I just put it in the chat there.
No, oh, you mean in the private chat?
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Sorry,
because I don't see it.
I'm new to all this stuff. There we go. I just put it in the private chat.
Oh no, you can put it. You can put it in the chat now. I made you a moderator, so you can put it in there now.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm a moderator. I feel special. I got a wrench.
I've done
wrench. I got a wrench.
Battle of wrenches. Yes.
I got a wrench.
Can I just say before you finish?
Are you happy
stream,
to see me?
That we're all involved in a community that is full of all sorts of races, colours, and creeds and whatnot.
Yes.
And we all love each other. I just hope the world follows suit. I really do hope the world follows suit of how we all feel about each other. We all love each other. We all watch each other. We all. There's no rules in what we do. We just get on with it. I just hope the whole world can follow suit and love each other.
Yes.
That's my sentiment at the end of your amazing stream. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Good night. Got to go to bed soon, but I will be in the chat, Rion. I may not be commenting, but I'll be there, just listening while you guys talk. All right, everyone. Good night. Night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Night.